you know I'm going to need to ask you about some stuff about 2021, right?
Yes.
It sounds like in 2021, maybe in that, plus or minus a year around that time, there was, my words, tell me if I'm wrong, maybe 2 different Bridgets.
Yes.
That be fair?
Yeah.
There was the occasionally sober Bridget, who was a parent.
Yes. Yes.
And then that would flip-flop with when you were using methamphetamine.
Yes.
An addict, right?
Yes.
And you would probably think of it as you were essentially 2 different persons.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And sounds like, again, now, one of those persons you've abandoned.
Yes.
You've gotten rid of, moved on, right?
Yes.
Okay. I need to go back and ask you about that other person, okay?
Sure.
You've talked about it in 2021, but certainly in July of 2021, you were a meth addict. Is that right?
Yes.
You said you were using on a daily basis.
Yes.
And you were using multiple times on those days when you
Yes.
used. And it was not unusual for you when you were using to not sleep for days on end.
I wouldn't go more than 2 or 3 days without sleeping.
But you'd go more than 48 hours up to 72 hours without getting any sleep, right? And you now know, I'm guessing you get healthy sleep now.
Yes.
And you now know that the lack of sleep is probably as detrimental to you and your body and your mind as anything else that you were doing back then, right?
Yes.
But back then you do that. You do 72 hours with no sleep.
Give or take, yeah.
Essentially up until you, on the 23rd, when you were in the parking lot after the quarry and you fell asleep. Up until that point, the days before that, you'd been up for 72 hours.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that back in July of 2021, you were using meth and up for those times, you're making different choices than you do now, right?
Yes.
Lots of bad choices.
Yes.
And even after your being at the quarry on the 23rd, even after that, you continue to use for some period of time. Is that right?
Yes.
The power of methamphetamine is incredibly strong.
Yeah.
That addiction, correct?
But you're able to overcome it?
Absolutely. And all credit to you, you've been able to overcome it, right?
Yes.
But again, I'm just trying to get the facts. I apologize if it sounds like judgment. It took, even with that lowest of lows you said after the quarry, it still took you about a year to get sober, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's how hard you had to fight. Someone who's demonstrated some strong will, that's how hard you had to fight, right?
Yes.
Because you're willing to do that when you need to protect yourself, right?
Yes.
You have that capability. Now, back in July of 2021, you came to meet a man that you called Black. Is that right?
Yes.
And you eventually learned that his name is Cam Latnasak, correct?
Yes.
But his street name at the time was Black. Yes?
Yes.
And he was someone that you started to hang out with.
Yes.
You got rather close with him there for a brief period of time, right?
A very brief time, yes.
Sure. But that very brief time we're talking about is essentially July 20th, July 21st, July 22nd. That's when you were getting close with him, correct?
Yes.
That's when you got close with him, correct? Because when you got close to him before that, you maybe knew some things about him. Is that right?
Not a lot.
Not a lot, but you did know some things, correct? You knew he had just gotten out of prison.
Yes.
Yep. And then other background information you kind of learned as you were involved with him over those next 72 hours, right?
Like?
You learned things. We can get into the information about it, but you learned things about him over those 72 hours, correct?
I guess I'm not sure what you are meaning by what I learned.
Okay. Well, let's before we get into the actual knowledge that you may have had, let's just talk a little bit about the amount of time that you spent with him, okay? On July 20th, you spoke with him on the phone 6 to 8 times over the course of that day. Do you remember that?
I remember a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Does that sound about right if I tell you that the phone records show that you called him 3 times, he called you 5 times? Does that sound about right?
Sure.
And that the total time of those conversations adds up to like 65 minutes, somewhere in that ballpark. That sound about right?
Sure.
Yeah. That's somebody that in that day that you were talking to him as much as you were talking to any other human being on the earth, correct?
Sure.
And you were learning things about him, correct?
I guess.
That's what you do when you talk to another human being, right?
Yes, but I don't really know what you're saying when you ask what I learned about him.
You understood how he interacted with you, correct?
Okay.
His tone of voice,
Okay.
his demeanor, right?
Okay.
And then you had a chance to see him in person and how he would interact with you, correct?
Okay.
And how he would interact with other people as well. You agree?
Sure. I really didn't see him interact with a lot of people.
Okay. You saw him sometimes interact with, did you see him interact with anybody else?
No.
Okay. On July 21st, so the 20th, just so we're on track here, Tuesday, July 20th, or July 20th is a Tuesday. You agree?
Yes.
All right. And then you would work, so Tuesday, July 20th, you'd go into work at 11 p.m., right?
Yes.
And then you'd work July 20th, 11 p.m. until the next morning, 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you've got Wednesday, July 21st, 7 until you go back to work that night at 11. Agreed?
Yes.
And it's during that day on Wednesday, July 24th, that you call him 4 times, he calls you about 6 times. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
You guys were on
I
the
remember
phone.
specifically how many times, but if the phone record says that, then yes.
And some of those calls, you would have even been talking to him while you were at the hotel working. Is that right?
Yes.
And then during the day on that Wednesday, July 21st, you spent much of the day with him, correct?
I don't exactly remember, but I do remember seeing him that day.
And then that night, Wednesday, July 21st, you went to work at 11 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And then next morning, Thursday, July 22nd, is when you got off and you got picked up by Uncle and Bam Bam and this other group of individuals, right?
Yes.
And then it's Thursday the 22nd where you had no more contact. You didn't have contact with Black on that day, correct?
Right.
All right. So I'm going to go circle it back a little bit again to Wednesday, July 24th, you go to work at 11.
Yes.
And you don't see him from 11 o'clock Wednesday night until Friday morning, 2 a.m.-ish in the Holiday Inn parking lot, correct?
Right.
So there's about 26 hours, 27 hours there where you don't see him, correct?
Correct.
Just before those 27 hours, before you went to work on Wednesday, July 21st, that's when, well, let me back up a bit. That's when you guys had sex, correct?
Correct.
All right. So what you talked to the police on the 23rd, as you said, for 11 hours, right?
Yes.
You spoke with them again on July 26th for multiple hours, right?
Is that the Monday after?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
And then there's other calls that you made with people who were in jail that were recorded, right? There's eventually a call that you had much later with Tim Thurston in
Yeah.
April of 2023. That's recorded, correct?
Yeah.
And then there's other times that you spoke with the police, correct?
Yes.
So you know, and you and I have done this before, right?
Yes.
There's lots of documentation of what you've said in the past to the police about this case and about Black. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to get some of the things that you would agree that you said about Black that you came to learn about him, right? One of the things you told the police, he's someone you don't lie to. Agreed?
Correct.
You told the police, he's someone you don't cross. Agreed?
Correct.
You told the police, he's someone who will put his hands on you. Agreed?
Agreed.
You told the police, he'll hurt you. Agreed?
Now, did I say this after the fact of after everything happened?
Well, we can talk
Because
about
I could
that.
definitely see myself saying that about someone after they were probably murdering 3 people.
Or as you said, after he murdered 3 people.
After being with someone that murdered 3 people.
Okay. Let me just unpack some of that. What you agree is you said to the police, he'll hurt you.
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that you never spoke with the police at all until after what happened at the quarry happened. Agreed?
Correct.
So all of the things that you told the police about Black were after the quarry, right?
Correct.
Okay. Where you gained that knowledge, we don't know. Was it from the quarry? Was it from something you learned on the street before? Was it from something that he told you? We don't know that, correct?
Correct.
All right. You certainly gained knowledge about him prior to your having sex with him on the 21st.
Can you rephrase that, please?
You knew things about him before you decided to have sex with him on the 21st.
I mean, are you saying, do I know if he hurt women before I had sex with him?
Did you?
No,
You told the police, and that was my next one, you told the police, he'll hurt women. Agreed?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay.
But if it's in a transcript, I'm guessing that I did.
2023, when you sat in that chair and you were asked questions, and I asked if you said, he's somebody that will hurt women, you said, correct.
Correct.
Right. And now as you sit here now, you remember saying that to the police, correct?
I don't remember.
You certainly still have that, you still agree with that statement?
Yes,
He's somebody that'll hurt women, correct?
yes.
And you will agree that, well, did he hurt you at the quarry?
Verbally,
Appreciate that. Did he physically cause you pain, hurt you at the quarry?
physically, no. Mentally and verbally, he caused a lot of pain.
At any point, did he hurt you physically?
No.
So when you told the police, Cam Ratnasak, Blackie is someone who will hurt women, it was based upon your knowledge of what he's done to other women, correct?
No, I don't know if he's hurt women.
Blackie bragged to you about the women that he's hurt, did he not?
No.
Blackie bragged to you about the Virginia Creole and how he's hurt her.
Who's that?
Did he brag about hurting a woman in Door County?
I don't know.
Blackie bragged to you about dominating and hurting a woman named Stacy Sheetsitz out of Wausau.
No, never heard of that name.
Blackie bragged to you about hurting a woman named Sarah Horton in Vernon County.
No,
So you didn't have the knowledge of those 3 women that he hurt,
no,
and he didn't hurt you.
No.
But you did tell the police he'll hurt women, correct?
I don't remember.
You would agree that for you to say something like that to the police, you would need to have a basis for that knowledge. Agreed?
I guess, yeah. But I'm assuming I said it because of what he did. I mean, if he's willing to hurt 3 other people, why wouldn't he hurt a woman?
He's willing to hurt 3 other people. Agreed. Okay. So you also talked to the police about Nya Thao. Is that right?
Yes.
And eventually we're going to talk about when you were sitting in the chair talking to Mr. Leinfelder about what happened over the previous 72 hours. But I just want to get into a little bit of that right now. Make sense?
Kind of. Who are we, Mr. Who?
Nya Thao, this gentleman here in the blue shirt.
I know, what's the other name you said?
Fritz Leinfelder.
Okay,
the
I
police
just
officer
didn't
who's
ask for it,
sitting
sorry.
Here. You spoke with him at the police station,
Yes.
correct? After you left the quarry, got rid of the meth, you went to the police station and you spoke with him.
Yes,
And at some point into that conversation, you eventually told him about Nya Thao, correct?
that's correct.
Yes. And when Mr. Leinfelder asked you to describe Nya Thao, who you call Kush, you used these words. You said he's short, bald, kind of quiet. That's what you said, correct?
I do remember that.
That's what you said. You agree?
I do remember that, sorry.
And you remember it because that's what you said, correct?
Yeah.
Other things that you have said to other people about Nya Thao is you told Tim Thurston in April of 2023, I don't think he, Nya Thao, would kill me. You said that, correct?
I did.
And then also, another thing that you'd said about Nya Thao at the last time you were here, you said you'd never seen him be violent to you or anyone else. You told that to the police.
Correct.
That's in contrast to what you told the police about Black, correct? We have, on the one hand, Nya Thao, who you said is kind of quiet, I don't think he'd kill me, never seen him be violent to someone. That's one person you were describing, correct?
Correct.
And on the other hand is a man who you said you don't cross, you don't lie to, he'll hurt you, he hurts women, correct?
Correct.
Right. You were also asked some questions about your connection to Black, and again, I'm going to need to ask you some questions about the sexual intercourse, okay?
Sure.
Prior to having sexual intercourse with Black, you'd known Nya Thao, who you know as Kush.
Yes,
You were friends with him, correct?
Correct.
And when you were asked on direct about that, you'd said you had one sexual encounter with him, correct?
yes,
And that was sometime previous to the time that you had sex with Black, right?
Correct.
And you used the term sexual encounter because what you and your encounter with Nya Thao did not involve sexual intercourse. Agreed?
I'm kind of confused.
When you were asked on direct about having sex with Black and having sex with Nya Thao, you said the sex with Nya Thao was a sexual encounter, right?
Correct.
And you used that term, or the state used that term, because you didn't actually have sexual intercourse with him, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't have sexual intercourse with Nya Thao is Nya Thao was not able to perform, correct? That'd be a polite way of putting it, correct?
Correct.
Now, we know Black is somebody who's able to perform, correct?
Yes,
He's a man of action. Yes?
I guess.
This man, Black, was somebody that was in your phone, correct?
Correct.
You had put him in as a contact, correct?
Correct.
That's something you did yourself.
Yes,
It's not, I know sometimes people might share a phone, give it to somebody else, let them put their contact in. That's not what happened here, agreed?
no,
You put that, you entered his phone number in and gave him a title, correct?
Correct.
You didn't put him in as your emergency contact, did you?
did not.
You've since come to learn, I think it was at the last trial, you came to learn that he was listed as your emergency contact, correct?
One of them, yes.
And that was, fair to say, in June of 2023, a surprise to you, correct?
Yeah.
It was a let me say this. When you found out about that after whatever happened at the quarry, that was a surprise to you, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that perhaps your expression was you couldn't believe it, right?
Yeah, I was not aware that he was an emergency contact.
And so you didn't make that happen, correct?
No.
So at some point, we deduce that this man who you call Black took your phone and made himself your emergency contact?
I don't think he did it.
Do you know of any other person that would have had access to your phone to be able to do that?
Bam.
And Bam is Michael Vang?
Yes.
And you learned at the last trial, because I asked you some questions about that, about how if somebody is listed as your emergency contact, it might allow them to have tracking capabilities of your phone. Is that right?
Yeah, I learned that at the last trial.
You know that, correct?
Now I do.
So it might be, as we get into how was it that Black knew where you were on the early morning hours of July 23rd, could have been tracking your phone, correct?
Correct.
And it could have been tracking your phone in cooperation with Michael Vang, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Essentially, stalking you.
Correct.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Just a colloquial term, Judge.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Now, when you testified on direct, you were talking about what you had done on the day of the 22nd when you got picked up from your job when you didn't have a car, right? And we went through kind of a timeline there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At some point in the 72 hours before you were at the quarry on the night of on the early morning hours of the 23rd, you had went to Nemo's mom's house, correct?
Correct.
And was that on the afternoon of the 22nd?
Yes.
Okay, so that day you went over to Nemo Yang's mom.
Yes.
And that was something that you didn't tell the jury before about what you had done that day, correct?
I wasn't asked about it.
Sure. You were asked about what you did that day and asked a timeline, and you weren't asked that specific question.
Correct.
So whoever was asking you questions just forgot to mention that you'd been to Nemo Yang's mom's house, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Nemo Yang's mom lives over near the quarry, correct?
She did then, yes.
And I asked you questions about that the last time, correct?
Yes.
And I just want to read some of the questions I asked and the answers you gave, and then I'm going to ask you whether that's correct, that that's what you said. Make sense?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to hearsay. I'm not certain. Is this impeachment?
That's fine, I'll do it the other way. She lives on County Road M, correct?
Correct.
She lives near that quarry, correct?
Correct.
On that day, on the 22nd, you drove past that quarry, correct?
No,
Your previous answer, you would agree, was, I don't remember.
we did not drive past that quarry.
My question to you was, when I asked you that question under oath in June of 2023, you answered under oath, I don't remember. Agreed?
Correct.
Since that time, your memory's gotten better. Agreed?
Yes.
And then when you spoke with the police about driving to the quarry later on the 23rd, you told the police it was familiar to you, correct?
I don't remember, but correct.
And you said that that route was familiar to you, correct?
Only because we had driven on it earlier that day.
Sure. Just as I said, my next question, I think on page 118 is, you've been on that road in the 12 hours before that, correct?
Correct.
I want to focus in on the 23rd, leading up to the Holiday Inn parking lot, okay? You had knowledge, it was your understanding that it was Nemo who stole money from Black. Agreed?
That was what I was understanding.
That this dispute was between Black and Nemo. Agreed?
Correct.
That's your understanding why Black was looking for Nemo, right?
Correct.
That's why Black called you on that exhibit that we saw on those charts when you were driving around them sometime after, remember Walgreens maybe it was?
Correct.
And that's why Black pointed the gun at Nemo in the Holiday Inn parking lot, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You agree, Black pointed a gun at Nemo, right?
I don't remember seeing him point a gun at Nemo.
You made statements to the police, is that right?
Yes.
And on July 26th of 2021, in a recorded statement to the police, you told the police, Black pointed a gun at Nemo at Holiday Inn. That's what you said then, is that right?
Yes.
That's what you told the police on July 26th of 2021 about what you had seen 72 hours previously, correct?
Correct.
And you told them that because that was the truth.
It was 3 years ago that I said that? Yes.
And I appreciate that your memory today might not be as good as then. I get that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I just don't remember every minute and every action that happened.
Sure. But certainly Black pointing a gun at a person who's later executed, that would be something that's memorable, right?
Yes.
And you remember that Black pointed the gun at Nemo.
Correct.
And that Black essentially kidnapped him and forced him to get into his car. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, I just want to make sure I get the timing of some of these things correct, okay? Because some of it can get confusing. I'm asking you about the Holiday Inn parking lot, and you're going into the Holiday Inn parking lot, okay? I think we know from your previous testimony today and other days is that you went into the Holiday Inn and spoke with your coworkers, and we saw the approximately 2-minute video of you being inside there, correct?
Correct.
And it was after that you walked out, where you immediately, I think as you demonstrated, Black had a gun pointed at you, correct?
Correct.
When you came out, that gun's pointed at you.
Correct.
He's making threats to you.
Correct.
At that point, Nemo's already in the other car, correct?
Correct.
So from that, we can deduce that when you saw Black pointing the gun at Nemo, it was before you went into the Holiday Inn and spoke with your coworkers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just want to make sure we get that timing right. You pull in the Holiday Inn parking lot, you get out, and you see Black point a gun at Nemo and kidnap him, correct?
I don't remember saying that.
Well, I didn't know if you said it. I'm asking if you saw it. You saw Black point a gun at Nemo and get Nemo to get out of your car and make Nemo get into his car. You saw that, correct?
Correct.
And you saw that happen before you went into Holiday Inn.
Correct.
And that's when we then see you in the Holiday Inn. You agree it appears as if you were calmly speaking with the people at Holiday Inn?
Yeah.
And this was just after you'd seen somebody kidnapped at gunpoint?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go, hope it's not, if you get confused in time because I'm kind of bouncing around, let me know. Prior to that, I'm going to ask you questions about you being in the car, okay? You're in the car, it's your car, your Charger, right?
Yes.
You're driving, correct? And in your car, you have, as Steve said, the 3 boys, correct?
Yes.
And you get a phone call from Black while you're in the car with them, correct?
Yes.
And that first phone call, you lied to Black, correct?
Correct.
Somebody that you know you're not supposed to lie to him, correct?
Correct.
But you did lie to him, right?
Yes.
And then you passed the cam, kind of a Black, he had some power, he made demands of you, right?
What do you mean?
when you were on the phone with him, he demanded that you give the phone to Trevor Maloney, correct?
Yes,
And you followed his demand, right?
Correct.
Even though you didn't know where he was, he's someplace else, that man demands things of you, you do it.
I guess I wasn't considering that he was demanding me to do that. It was just what was happening.
Okay. He told you to do it and you did it, correct? And when you handed the phone to Trevor Maloney, Trevor told Black the same lie that you told him, correct?
Correct.
And eventually we know there's a consequence to Trevor for that lie, right?
Correct.
So the second phone call then you get from Black, just a little bit after that, is where Black is asking you questions about your license plate number, correct?
Correct.
And then it's soon after that phone call that you actually put eyes on Black and his black Mercedes, agreed?
Correct.
And then you come to learn he's following us.
Correct.
And at that point, when you know he's following us, you know he's looking for Nemo.
Correct.
Because you'd already done things to protect Nemo.
Correct.
That's what you said, at least, correct?
Correct.
That's what your testimony is that you've done things to protect Nemo.
Correct.
And you'd said everybody was afraid at that point.
Correct.
You were afraid? Yes?
Yes,
And that the other three boys were afraid, correct?
correct,
You knew that Black was following you.
correct,
And you went to the Holiday Inn, correct?
correct,
And we saw you, and I think it was exhibit number 25, where you drove through a certain space that was caught on video, correct?
Correct.
And then you went and parked someplace, correct?
correct.
Now, when you went and parked at the Holiday Inn before the quarry, you had knowledge of where the cameras were, correct?
I assumed that they were in that vicinity.
You had knowledge of where the cameras were, correct? Agreed?
Correct.
And when you went and parked the car at the Holiday Inn, when you knew Black was following you, and you knew you had Nemo Yang, and you knew he was looking for Nemo Yang, you parked in a place where there were no cameras.
I did not do that on purpose, if that's what you're insinuating.
I'm asking the facts. You parked in a place that there was no cameras, agreed?
Correct,
2 hours later, you made a choice to park in a space where there was cameras, correct?
correct. I guess, again, guessing that that's where they were at.
You didn't on that second time park in the same place you did the first time.
No,
You parked in a different place, correct?
correct.
So if you thought the cameras were in the first place the first time, you just chose.
I remember there being a camera on each corner of the building,
Okay.
not necessarily where they were pointing, but I remember there being a camera on each end of the building.
For whatever reason, we know you parked in a place where there were no cameras, correct?
Correct.
And what we know happened when there was no cameras is that Cam took out a gun, pointed it at another human being, and kidnapped him.
Correct.
And then after you saw that happen to Nemo, you went inside the Holiday Inn, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell anybody about
Correct.
the kidnapping?
No.
You didn't tell anybody about the man outside with a gun who hurts people?
No,
You made no mention of it whatsoever?
No.
In fact, as we saw in the video, you could be seen smiling.
I was talking to them. Doesn't mean I was laughing about anything.
I didn't use the word laugh, and I appreciate that you weren't laughing, but you agree when you watched that video and you saw yourself, you did not appear to be afraid.
Correct.
You did not appear to be scared, correct?
Correct.
You didn't give them any code signal to do anything, correct?
No.
You turned around and went right back out into the parking lot.
Correct.
And that's when Black pointed that gun at you, correct?
Correct.
And that, I would imagine, that was a big surprise to you.
Correct.
You weren't expecting him to point a gun at you, were you?
No.
Absolutely not, right?
No.
You perhaps weren't just surprised when you saw him point a gun at Nemo, right?
I was.
But you and him, you and Black, you had a different connection, right?
Correct.
You just had sex with him 48 hours before any arrest.
Correct.
And then all of a sudden, here he was pointing a gun at you.
Correct.
And he made threats to you at that point, right?
Yes.
He, not just threatening with his, I apologize, not just threatening by his holding the gun and pointing at you, but he verbally said things, correct?
Correct.
He essentially said, do what I say or there'll be a consequence, right?
Correct.
But he's not the type of guy that would use the word consequence, is it?
I don't know.
He did say, follow me or else, right?
Correct.
That's how you understood it.
Yes,
And the or else was going to be bad.
I would assume.
Yep. At that time, in your mind, that's what you thought, correct? It wasn't an assumption. It was something like, this is going to be bad.
Yes.
And then you got in your car, correct?
Yes.
And then you drove, right?
Yes.
You did what he said, right?
Yes.
And you did what he said in that situation because you were afraid what was going to happen to you if you did not, right?
Correct.
You didn't call 911.
No.
You didn't drive to the police station.
No.
You didn't drive someplace else.
No.
You drove essentially where Black told you, right?
And Kush told me.
Now, earlier that day, or actually the day before, you'd done a favor for a different man, Michael Vang. Is that right?
What was the favor?
The meth that you picked up for him?
That was in the same vehicle. I didn't pick it up for him.
You took a call from a man who told you, get my meth, right?
Get the meth from Nemo, who was in the same vehicle as me.
And then you did what that man told you.
Correct.
You took the meth, correct?
Correct.
And then you had it with you the rest of that night.
Correct.
Until later, and we'll get to that, when you eventually get rid of it at Tim Marks, right?
Correct.
So the reason, again, this is a different you. This is back in 2021. I appreciate that this isn't the same person that we're talking to now. Agreed?
Yes.
That's just a completely different person.
Correct.
That person lived in a world where relationships are transactional, right?
Yes.
You do something for one human being, not because you're kind or gentle or nice, it's because you expect them to do something back to you, right?
I guess, but I wouldn't say that necessarily is completely true.
But you agree that it's transactional, right? Right? And so you did this favor for Michael Yang because you expected something else in return, correct?
I would say no, I wasn't expecting anything in return from getting the meth from Nemo.
You, a meth addict at the time, just decided, you know what, I'll just pick up this meth and give it to Michael Peng, and I don't expect anything in return for carrying
No,
out his
I took care of my own habit. I
Okay.
didn't need to get meth from anyone.
Okay.
And I didn't need to do favors for anyone to get it either.
You just started a job. You were on your third day of your job.
I also had a job previously before that too.
So I think it took things out of order there for a second. So I'm going to get back into the car. You're driving to the quarry, okay? At that point, essentially, you would agree that Black he's the alpha of this group, correct?
Correct.
He's the guy with the gun, right?
Correct.
He's the guy that makes the threats, correct?
Correct.
He's the guy that does the violence, correct?
Correct.
Now, Nya Thao is in your car when you're driving up there, correct?
Correct.
Nya doesn't have a gun, agreed?
I didn't know that, but agreed.
You'd seen one person with a gun prior to the time that Nya was in your car, correct?
Correct.
And the person that you saw with the gun was Black, correct?
Correct.
That's the only gun that you'd seen.
Correct.
And that's the gun that you saw at the quarry.
Correct.
That's the gun that we're going to be talking about, right?
Correct.
So at that point, you'd never seen a different gun, right?
Right.
And you knew that the gun that you had seen was with Black in a different car, right?
Yes, but that still doesn't mean that I didn't know if Chris had one or not.
I appreciate that, but other people could have had a gun. You don't know, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have a particular reason to say, I thought he had a gun, like you saw one or he said anything about it. This was perhaps your fear, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes fear can be irrational, right?
Right.
By its nature. You would agree, right?
Right.
You were afraid. We get that. You would agree?
Yes.
And when you were when he was in the car with him, you didn't see a gun, correct?
No.
You agree?
Agree.
And Nya didn't make any threats to you. You agree?
Agreed.
At some point, while they're in there, you get a phone call from Black, correct?
Can you repeat that?
While you're driving and Nia's in your car, you get a call from Black.
I don't remember the phone call.
You saw the exhibit that
Yeah,
shows
correct.
it, correct?
Yes.
And we know because later you speak with Nya on Nia's phone. Nia's got a phone, correct?
Correct.
Black has a phone, correct?
Correct.
You have a phone, correct?
Yes.
And what we know from the phone records is Black calls your phone, correct?
Correct.
He speaks with you, correct?
Correct.
He's not speaking to Nya on Nia's phone, correct?
Correct.
He's calling you. Yes?
Correct.
And then after he calls you, you drive to the quarry, right?
Correct.
All right. Again, you said this, and I apologize if it's, Black is the alpha, he's the one that's in charge, right?
Yes.
And when you get to the quarry, Black's got the gun.
Correct.
Black's pointing it at people. Yes?
Yes.
He's pointing it at you.
Yes.
Black's giving orders, correct?
Correct.
And I know I just want to go through some things that you had said this morning during your testimony about when you're at the quarry, okay? You were asked some questions in particular about when Black hit Trevor. Yes?
Yes.
So just to put that into, you saw Black use his gun to pistol whip Trevor Maloney, correct?
Correct.
You saw that, correct?
Yes.
He's the one that did that violence, correct?
Yes.
And when he did that violence, he said the purpose of that violence, correct?
Yes.
Basically like, don't lie to me, agreed?
Correct.
That's what he said.
He
Yes.
said, because you lied to him, because he lied to me.
I imagine that must have been incredibly scary for you,
Yes.
because you at that time knew you told the same lie that Trevor had made.
Correct.
And we know when you show up at the police station, you have a black eye.
Correct.
But it's your testimony that that black eye was from some other unnamed person on some other day at some other place, correct?
Correct.
Some other person that you've not told the police their name, agreed?
I did tell the police their name in the interviewing.
Initially, you lied to them about it, right?
Correct.
And you lied to them about it because sometimes you lie to protect yourself.
I guess. That's your words.
I believe they're your words before. Would you agree that you lied to protect yourself?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when that happened, when Black hit Trevor, you were asked, what were you doing? And you said, I was standing there. You remember that?
Yes.
And then you were asked, what was Nya doing? And Nya Thao doing? And you said, Nya was also just standing there, correct?
Correct.
So when Black's giving the orders, doing violence, you and Nya, essentially in the same boat, just standing there, right?
We all were just standing there.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, they weren't all just standing there. Black was using the gun to commit violence upon another human being, right?
Yeah, I guess I was meaning us four, not Black.
Okay, all right. Now, you asked some questions about another time when Black at the quarry was giving orders to those three young men to get on their knees, right?
Correct.
And that while he was doing that, Black was angry, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked about what you were doing at that time. And again, you said you were just standing there, right?
Standing, yeah.
And you were asked about what Nya was doing. And just like you, At that point, Nya was just standing there, correct? When you were at the quarry, just standing there came a time when that man who threatened you before and had done violence with a gun to Trevor Maloney made more threats to you, correct?
Correct.
Pointed it right at you, correct?
Correct.
And he said, stand there and shut up, correct?
Yes,
That had to be one of the most scary, if not the most scary moment in your life.
it was.
And whatever that man said, you were going to do it,
Yes,
correct?
yes,
Because what you knew is, well, 6 people into the quarry, 3 people left, right?
Right.
You were one of the people, obviously, that left, right? And you would agree that you're essentially alive because Black didn't shoot you, right?
correct.
You're alive because Black let you live, right?
I guess I can't answer that question. Black was sitting in the vehicle.
Okay, we're going to get to that fact that you added today, but Black is the guy in charge, right?
Yes,
And if anyone let you live, it's because Black let you live, right?
yes,
And you would agree that Black, this alpha man who does violence, he tends to have a purpose in his actions, right?
yes,
Right? He's somebody that acts with intent. Is that right?
I guess,
He's certainly somebody that you know is willing to hurt women, right?
I guess.
And after all of this happened and what you witnessed at the quarry, imagine you stood there and you wondered, why am I alive?
I wondered that for a long time.
And I appreciate that. But certainly in that moment at the quarry, when that happened, and Black drove away, your first thought was like, I can't believe I'm alive. Why am I alive?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And I imagine, like you said, you pondered that for a long time.
I still question myself, ask myself today why I survived.
And I don't want to discredit you and your survival ability, right? I'm sure you play a part in your own survival, undoubtedly. But Black had a part to do with that as well, correct?
Sure, yes.
And it may be that at some point you came to realize that you were alive because Black thought you had value being alive.
Objection calls for speculation.
Asking her about her thoughts. I'll rephrase. At some point you came to the realization. You were thinking about what somebody else might be doing, right? You were thinking, I wonder if he kept me alive because he sees that I have value. That's something that came through your mind,
I
right?
never asked myself that.
You never thought that.
No, I never ever thought that.
You never thought, why did this purposeful, intentional, violent man decide to keep you alive?
I question it every day why I'm still alive. I do not have the answer.
And one of the things, though, that you speculated in your own head, thought about was, wonder if I'm alive because he thought I had value.
I never ever asked myself that. I never thought that.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, and this is just, we're at the quarry, all right? And I'm going to move on. This is my last little chapter about the quarry, okay? Because I want to make sure that I understand exactly what you're saying. There's some things that you said, that Black's the guy in charge of the parking lot. He's the guy with the gun to Nemo. He's the guy with the gun to you. He's the guy giving orders. He's the guy at the quarry with the gun, right?
Yes,
He's the guy who pistol whips Trevor. He's the guy that orders all 3 on their knees. He's the guy that puts the gun to your head. He's the guy that threatens you.
yes,
And then he just walks away and sits in his car.
yes,
And then he's the guy that threatens you. He's the guy that tells you not to talk.
yes.
He's the guy that manipulates other people behind the scenes. Right?
I guess I never seen him do it.
Sure. You certainly, before the last trial, were aware of the things that he was doing to manipulate things behind the scenes, right?
Like what?
You were asking about that, right? Like him trying to manipulate whether he could get a deal or not get a deal.
Objection calls for speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
I'm asking her if she has knowledge about that. That's my actual question.
And I'm gonna have to,
Oh, wait, 1 second. Overruled, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to answer no because I don't really understand what you're saying, and I did not question that or think that.
There were times before the last trial where you were asking the police about what was going on with Black's case. What was he doing? What's going on, correct?
Okay, I get what you're saying now. Yes,
Yes. And they shared information with you about the status of his case.
just that it was in a plea, making a plea deal.
Okay.
I was more curious if I just had to go to court or what was going on.
Okay. So again, it's just Black, 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 here for that one moment, and then it's Black, Black, Black. He's the one that does the threats afterwards, right?
Yes.
I want to ask about after the quarry, okay? You doing all right? You stand there, you eventually decide to get in your car, and you drive away, right?
Yes.
You do things to distance yourself from Black, correct?
Yes.
In fact, as we saw through the phone records, Black attempted to call you a couple of times, correct?
Correct.
And you did not answer the phone, correct?
Correct.
This is a man that you don't want to talk to, agreed?
Correct.
He's the alpha violent male. You don't want to chat with him, correct? He's the man that then sends you a text that tells you don't talk, correct?
Correct.
And implicit, if not explicit within that is, or else, right?
Correct.
You know, because before he's given you threats, follow me or else, right?
Correct.
So you know when you get the text from this violent man, there's an or else, correct?
Correct.
And you take that serious.
I agreed not to say anything, so he wouldn't question me again.
Absolutely. When you say you agreed, you responded to his text?
I said, of course.
You said, of course, to me or of course to
In the
him?
text message, I said, of course.
And so we don't have those text messages, right?
Correct.
We don't know exactly what he said or what you said, correct?
Correct.
This is the only thing we have to go on is what your version of events is about the content of those texts, right?
Correct.
And then all the times that you've talked about those texts, whether it be on the 23rd of July, the 26th of July, whether it be last June of 2023, today, just now, that's the first time that you've ever told anybody that you responded to his text with the words, of course.
Not true. I
Does
did
it-
tell them, that I told them, I did tell them that I responded, of course.
Because you wanted to appease him?
Yeah, so he would think that I wasn't going to go to the police.
Now, again, we know, I'll get into it later, but we know you get rid of all of those. Delete all of that, right? And at that point, essentially based upon, you're afraid of black, right?
I'm afraid of both of them.
You're scared and freaking out, right?
Yes.
And you say you're afraid of both of them, but what you do is you pick up your phone and you make a call, correct?
Correct.
And the call that you make is to the short, bald, kind of quiet man that's sitting over here, right?
Correct.
That's who you call.
Correct.
And you speak with him for 9 minutes.
Correct.
You would agree that we just step out of that space in that moment, okay? I would imagine you've lived your life at times where you've had an experience with somebody else, right? You've gone through something and you and somebody else have witnessed something and you share that common bond, right?
Yes.
And when that happens, sometimes you'll talk to that person about what you've witnessed, right?
Yes.
You've done that in the past, right? That's a
Mhm.
natural human thing that sometimes we do. When we share an experience with somebody else, that we watch something, we witnessed something, we might share that with the other person, like, oh my God, can you believe that, right? You've done that.
Yes.
You've done that in the past.
Yes.
And what we know is on this day, you rejected the calls from Black, you picked up the phone, and you called Nya.
Correct.
And you spoke with him for over 9 minutes.
Correct.
This is the same man that you previously said you've never seen violent to anyone, right?
Correct.
That you told the police. This is the man that you told your friend Tim Thurston, and I believe the police, you're not afraid of him. You don't think he's going to kill you. Agreed?
I wouldn't say I wasn't afraid of him, but he didn't obviously kill me, so that's why I say he probably wouldn't kill me.
So you're finished the phone call with Nya. You're already parked at the parking lot.
Yes.
You're already parked where the cameras can see you.
Correct.
And you did that because you thought the cameras, to some extent, I don't know if they might protect you, but they gave you some sense of security, right?
Correct.
And you sit in that parking lot under that camera for about 5 hours. Is that right? And it's during that time that you're sitting there that you pick up your phone and you start deleting evidence, right?
I believe I deleted evidence after I woke up.
Okay. So you must have been sitting there contemplating why
I
you were
fell
alive.
asleep. The whole time I was in that parking lot, I fell asleep.
And then right at the end, I think we saw the video started up at like 8:03 on the morning of July 23rd. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
It's sometime just before maybe that video said that's when you woke up and you started deleting stuff, right?
No.
Okay. Did you delete things from your phone when you were sitting in the parking lot?
No.
Okay. So you woke up and you drove away, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you were like, I don't know what I'm going to do, correct?
That was after the Baymont. I went to the Baymont, and then after the Baymont, I still didn't know what I was going to do or where I was going to go.
And it was sometime in that, got to the police station around noonish. Would that sound about right?
Yes.
So there's about 4 hours there that you did things, correct?
Correct.
That you made choices, right?
Correct.
And some of those choices were, again, that you got rid of the meth, right?
Correct.
And you didn't destroy it, did you?
No, I just left it.
What's that?
I just left it behind. I don't know what they did
You
with it.
didn't leave it behind at the Baymont Hotel.
No,
You didn't leave it behind at the Holiday Inn.
No.
You left it behind at your good friend Tim Marks's house.
Correct.
Essentially, you left it behind for safekeeping.
no,
Did you give it to him?
yes,
Did you say, hey, here, this is yours?
yes.
Some sort of transactional, you're going to just give him?
Here, take this. I don't need it.
When you were asked on direct about why you didn't give it to Michael Vang, you said, because I didn't see him. Is that right?
Correct?
Of course, you didn't reach out to Michael Vang at all that we know of.
No,
You might have, it's all deleted, right?
I did not.
We don't know whether that's true or not because you deleted all of the text and phone stuff.
If I had called him, it would have been on a phone.
Sure.
That would have been there.
And sometimes, though, you don't just call, you do things that can be deleted, particular
Correct.
text.
Correct?
You had said that you deleted all the texts from Black, is that right?
Correct.
Fair to say, and I think I asked you this before, that you did not delete any texts between you and Nya Thao because there were no texts to delete. Agreed?
Correct.
So previously on direct, when you said you deleted text from all of them and the prosecutor asked you about deleting text from Nya Thao, you got that mistaken, right? You didn't delete text between you and Nya Thao, did you?
If there were text messages between me and Kush, I deleted them.
But
If there were not, then we never made them.
when you testified in that chair in 2023, and I asked you, your testimony oath then was, I didn't have any text between me and Nia. Sound about right?
Correct.
Okay. And so therefore, you didn't have any, you didn't have to delete any, correct?
Correct.
One of the reasons that you, it's complicated, I'm sure there's lots of reasons, but essentially one of the reasons that you deleted all of those texts and that phone evidence was to protect yourself.
No,
Okay. Was one of the reasons that you got rid of the meth to protect yourself?
no,
Well, I want to ask you some more questions about that, okay? When you, on direct exam, you were asked by the prosecutor, I think, and it was in the context of just before going to the police station after the quarry. You were asked, did you feel any sense of responsibility? Your answer to her question was no. Remember that? You said no. Essentially, you're saying, no, I felt no responsibility for what happened at the quarry. Agreed?
correct,
Yet, even though you felt no responsibility for what happened at the quarry, you got rid of the meth.
correct,
Even though you felt no responsibility for what happened at the quarry, you deleted the phone. What happened at the quarry, you lied to the police.
Correct.
When you were asked on direct examination about why you deleted those texts, you said, I wanted everything off my phone because I didn't want to be part of it. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
You said that under oath today because that's the truth, correct?
Correct.
And because you knew that if the police saw those texts, they might investigate or wonder whether you were a part of it, correct?
No.
So you had texts, right?
correct,
Yes. And you got rid of them because you didn't want to be a part of it, correct?
correct. I didn't want to believe what was going on, so I deleted everything.
That was one of the words that you used to the jury. Was you didn't use the words,
I said, understand.
you used the words, I didn't want to be a part of it, correct?
Correct,
But those texts and those phone calls, they made you a part of it,
correct,
and you got rid of them, correct?
yes,
Because you were worried that there was going to be evidence that you were a part of it, correct?
No.
Well, you had to know, right? You had to know that you're not telling a coworker about Blackie pointing the gun at Nemo and kidnapping him. That might make you look like you were a part of it. You know
yes,
that? You know
that's
that.
not why I didn't say anything.
I appreciate that, but I'm just talking about your knowledge.
Yes,
You knew that that might make you look like you were a part of it.
Correct.
You knew that you're having sex with a man with the gun, the man who was in charge. That might make you look like you were a part of it.
correct,
You knew that you're driving the car with two of the victims in it might make you look like you were a part of it.
Correct.
You knew that you're parking your car in a place at Holiday Inn where there wasn't a camera when you had knowledge of where the cameras was, might make you look like you were a part of it.
Correct.
You knew that you're not calling 911 or you're not trying to get away, might make you look like you were a part of it.
Correct.
You knew that you're getting rid of the meth might make you look to be a part of it.
correct.
You knew that you're having the meth might make you look like you were a part of it.
I disagree, but I get what you're saying, but
You agree?
Agree.
You knew that you're not immediately going to the police might make you look like you were a part of it.
correct,
You knew that your deleting evidence might make you look like you were a part of it.
Correct.
And you knew that you were lying to the police might make you look like you were a part of it.
Correct.
And you certainly know, as you sit here today, that others who might learn of all of this knowledge that we just went through, that might make them think that you're a part of it.
correct,
And so you knew all of that in your head when you go to sit in that chair to speak with the police, right?
that was not going through my head when I went and spoke with them. None of that was actually in my head until today, until you just put it there. I didn't delete any of that stuff because I thought I was a part of it. I deleted it because I didn't want it to be real.
You went to the police and you spoke with the police, right?
Correct.
And fair to say that in the first 3 hours, you told the police some information, correct?
Correct.
You also lied to the police, correct?
Correct.
You minimized your involvement.
I don't think I did. I don't think
You told them that you weren't there when the shooting occurred.
I did not say that.
You said the story that you first told Mr. Reinfelder was that you went to the quarry, they put a gun to, or that Cam Ratnasak, Blackie, put a gun to your head, and that told you to drive away, and then you drove away and you learned about it on Facebook. That's what you told the police right away.
No,
I'll ask Mr. Reinfelder about that. You agree, though, that you did lie during those interviews, correct?
Correct.
And the lies that you told were essentially to protect yourself, right?
What were the lies?
You lied about your involvement.
No,
You lied about sex with Blackie.
I didn't tell them I had sex with Black until afterward. And I was forthcoming about that. They didn't ask me.
You lied about your knowledge of who the people were.
What people?
When you went to the police, you told them that you didn't know who Nya Thao was, you didn't know who Cam Ratnasak was, you didn't mention their names. When they asked you who the other people were with you at the quarry, you said you didn't know.
That's not true.
You told them right away?
I told them it was Kush and Black. As for real names, I did not know the real names.
The first time that you used the nickname Kush was at about 3 hours and 20 minutes into the interview, correct?
Correct.
And-
Now I know what you're talking about. I wanted to keep the story as not confusing as possible. And they wanted to know from the moment this all started to the end. So I told him in the timeline of where everyone came in the picture,
Told them in those first 3 hours that you didn't know the people's names.
the real names.
You also didn't volunteer that their nickname was Black or that their nickname was Kush. What you said is, I don't know.
No.
Okay. You do agree that you lied.
About some things, yes, but not about that.
When do you lie?
When?
Yeah.
My question's that.
Fair question.
I haven't lied in a long time.
In 2021. When did you lie?
When it came to my face, I lied about my face.
That's it? Your
Yeah.
life in July of 2021, that's the only lie that you
When
told?
we're talking about this.
I'm talking-
Outside of this is not any concern, I don't think.
Others might decide that. I'm talking about the person, and I appreciate that that person might be different than the person that I'm communicating with today. But you've shown tremendous growth, development, and I'm talking about Bridget Schlitt in 2021. That person lied.
Correct?
That person lied to protect herself.
Correct?
When you were with the police, you were telling them essentially, or you said numerous times that you didn't know what was going to happen at the quarry, right?
Correct?
Essentially that you lacked knowledge of the intent to kill, right?
Correct?
I think I could just go through a couple of times because you've said numerous things, and I think they're all consistent, but I just want to make sure that we know how many times you said this, okay? On July 23rd, you told the police, I just thought they were going to get beat up. Is that right?
Correct.
You said, I just thought they were going to get beat up a second time.
Correct?
You said, I thought they were just going to get hit a couple times and drive away.
Correct?
You said, I didn't know he was going to do that until he did that, correct?
Correct.
And at the time that you said that, you were speaking about the older man with the gun, right?
I don't remember that.
And the older man with the gun is Black.
Correct?
You said to Tim Thurston during the phone call in September of 2021, and this isn't even to the police, I just thought he was going to beat them up. That's all that was going to happen.
Correct? Who kills someone over $600?
Perhaps a violent meth addict. Might be the person who does that, right? Yes?
Correct? Correct. Sorry.
And when you were talking to the police about this lack of knowledge, you were worried at that time that you might get charged with accessory to a murder, correct?
Possibly, I don't remember feeling that
You're
way.
not a law student, you didn't go to law school, you didn't know the law, correct?
Correct?
You were just like, I knew I was there, correct? You knew you drove some people there, correct? And then some bad stuff happened, correct?
Correct.
You were certainly worried, not just for your safety from Black, but you were worried about your personal freedom, correct?
Correct.
And again, I appreciate and understand why any human being would be worried about that. Makes sense, right? Yes?
Correct.
And that's one of the things that you were worried about there, and that's why, like you said, sometimes you lied to protect yourself, right?
Right.
And it was during that interview with the police where Mr. Leinfelder said, if you're a bystander, you're not guilty, right?
Correct?
That's when you learned that, correct?
Correct?
I imagine when you heard that, based upon the story that you told, that must have been a relief, correct?
Correct?
Because up until then, you were worried that maybe some of the things that you'd done might be considered aiding and abetting, right?
I wasn't thinking that.
Sure. But
That was the last thing I was thinking about.
you knew you'd been involved to some extent.
Yes.
Different people could interpret that in different ways.
Correct.
You certainly wanted to say, protect yourself in the story that you told, right?
Correct.
And you've been, I think, talking to the police then, and even when you testified last time, you recognized the value in your testimony if you're consistent. Is that right?
Correct?
That's what the police told you, is if you stick to your story, that gives you more value, right?
Correct.
That protects you more, correct?
Correct?
Because if you change, that might be perjury, right?
Correct.
If you change, that might make you party to a crime.
Correct?
If you change, you're not protected, correct?
They did specifically come out and tell me that kind of stuff.
You figured that out. You're a smart woman.
Correct.
You change their story, you lose credibility, and the state maybe charges you with party to the crime of murder.
That thought never went through my head.
You said under oath earlier that you were still afraid of Black, right?
Yeah.
As you sit here now, you know he pled guilty to first-degree intentional homicide 3 times, right?
Correct?
You know that, right?
Yes.
You sit here now, you know that this judge sentenced him to serve a life in prison in the Wisconsin State Prison System, right?
Yes.
You know that this judge sentenced him to serve that life and to not be eligible for even petitioning to get out until he's well over 80 years old, right?
Correct?
But yet, as you sit here today, you're still afraid of that man, correct?
Yeah.
Because he's a scary man, right?
Yeah.
Even in prison, that man has power.
To scare me?
Yeah, it's certainly that power, right?
Yes.
You might have other powers as well, correct?
I don't know.
That's one of the reasons you're scared, right?
Correct.
You're afraid that even though he's in prison, he might be able to reach out and do you harm.
Correct.
He could still hurt you.
Correct.
And you want to protect yourself.
Correct.
That's all.
All right, we've been going for quite a while. Let's take a break. Again, please don't talk about the case. Hopefully, if you need something, let us know, and we'll take a break. Let's get done. Say about 10 after. We'll start back up. Thank you.
Are you feeling confused?
Yes.
There's a lot of discussion on cross-examination about things you said on the 23rd in 2021, things that you said on the 26th in 2021, things you said in 2023, things you said this morning. Do you remember all those questions about all of that?
No.
Is it your job to read transcripts?
No.
Have you been provided transcripts from interviews and testimony?
No.
Have you spent hours and hours combing through what you've said before and masterminding what you're going to do today?
No.
Are you here today trying to tell the truth?
Yes.
The Bridget Schlicht today who's been clean for 2 years?
Yes.
There were questions on cross-examination where you agreed that Black was willing to hurt 3 people at the quarry. Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes.
Did you agree to that because Black shot 3 people at the quarry?
No.
Did you agree to that because he was a part of it?
Yes.
Because he was working with somebody else to do that?
Yes.
Because he was with Cush doing that?
Yes.
Because they were a team doing that together?
Yes.
You were asked questions about a conversation you had at one point with Mr. Thurston. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And you were questioned on cross-examination about telling Mr. Thurston, I don't think he'd kill me, meaning Cush. Do you remember that?
A little bit, yes.
Why'd you tell Mr. Thurston that?
I don't remember why we were talking about it.
You don't remember why you were talking about it, but let me ask you this. At that time, when you were speaking with Mr. Thurston, did you think Cush would kill you?
No,
Why is that?
because he didn't kill me when he had the chance.
Cush was the nicer one, wasn't he?
Yes.
Cush let you live.
Yes.
Black was the meaner one, wasn't he?
Yes.
Do you think Black would have let you live?
No.
There were some questions on cross-examination about when you afterwards, after the quarry, after sleeping, after the holiday, and after all of that, when you were at Tim Marks's house and you gave him or left meth at his house.
Correct.
Did you give him or did you leave?
I left it there.
Okay. After Tim Marks's house, you went to the police.
Correct.
Would you ever take meth to the police department?
No.
There were a lot of questions about you witnessing Black kidnap Nemo. Is that something you actually saw with your eyes?
I wouldn't consider it kidnapping him, no.
What would you consider it?
Just that they all got out of the vehicle and he got into the other vehicle.
Okay. There at the end of cross-examination, you were asked about Black's, the process by which he went through the criminal justice system and ultimately entered guilty pleas and was sentenced and is in prison now. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Black entered a guilty plea to first-degree intentional homicide as a party to a crime.
Overrules. You're trying to get to the subject. Go ahead.
Black entered a plea to first-degree intentional homicide as a party to a crime. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
On cross-examination, you were asked a lot of questions about violent things that you saw Black do at the quarry, right?
Yes.
You were asked questions about witnessing a pistol whipping
Yes.
and pointing a gun at you, correct? You attributed a lot of violence to Black. Are you afraid, or were you afraid to tell the truth to the police about witnessing that violence?
No.
Why is that?
I just wasn't afraid to say that. Can you rephrase your question though?
Are you afraid of telling the truth?
No, no.
Are you afraid of describing violent things Black did to us?
No.
Ms. Schlicht, did you put the gun in Cush's hand to cover for Black?
No,
Are you here in court lying for Cam Ratnasak?
no,
Ms. Schlicht, who shot Nemo Yang, Peng, Moore, and Trevor Maloney?
Nya Thao.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross?
You just were asked questions. You told the prosecutor that you were confused during my earlier questions. Is that what you said?
Yes,
Fair to say when we spoke for 77 minutes in front of the jury, you didn't tell them you were confused?
I told you I was confused on some of these questions.
And then I stopped, gave you a chance, and you answered my questions, right?
Correct.
Gave you opportunities, correct?
Correct.
So any confusion that you had, we cleared up during my questions, correct?
Correct.
A couple of things I want to cover. One is, you were asked some questions about Black's kidnapping of Nemo. I want to ask you questions about that, okay? When asked to describe it, you said Nemo got in Black's car. Is that right?
Correct.
But what you left out in that most recent description is Nemo got in Black's car because Black pointed a gun at him and told him, get in my car, right?
Correct.
That's why you agreed it was kidnapping, right?
Correct.
Okay. You were also asked questions about Black's guilty plea to 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, right?
Objection misstates the record.
What was the objection? I didn't.
Objection, it misstates the record.
That's correct.
You were asked questions about Black's guilty pleas, correct?
Correct.
You know he pled guilty, correct?
Correct.
You know that he pled guilty to, I'm going to ask a second question after this, 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide as a party to the crime, correct?
Objection, it misstates the record.
It doesn't.
I don't think it does. Overruled. I think he asked. Go ahead. If you can answer the question.
I'll ask it again. You agree, you acknowledge that Cam Ratnasak, as you call him, Black, entered a guilty plea to 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide as a party to the crime. Agreed?
Correct.
Do you have knowledge as to how somebody can be found guilty of a crime as a party to the crime?
No.
Would it surprise you to learn that somebody can be guilty of a crime as a party to the crime by directly doing it and being the shooter?
Can you rephrase this again? I'm trying to follow you.
That's fine. It's a legal concept and I don't want to confuse you. Would it surprise you to learn that a person can be guilty of first-degree intentional homicide as a party to the crime and be the shooter who directly committed the crime?
It's a very long question. Can you just say the first half of it, please?
Maybe I don't want to confuse you. Let me start in a different space, okay? You don't know why Cam Ratnasak pled guilty, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if his guilty plea, what that signifies as to his admissions about his involvement, correct?
Correct.
You don't know. You just know he pled guilty, correct?
Right.
And you know, because you knew about what his previous statements were before he entered the guilty plea. Let me ask, do you know what his story was before he entered the guilty plea?
No.
You've never heard what his story was that he told the police?
No.
Okay. You were asked some questions about, your answers for telling the truth were the Bridget Schlitt that we see here today, who's been clean and sober for 2 years, right?
Right.
And you agree, I think we agreed before, that that person who we see before us today, that clean and sober human being who's made great strides to do that, that's a different person than the person in July of 2021, correct?
Yes.
But that person in July of 2021 who had the same name as you, that person was willing to lie to protect themselves. Agreed?
Agree.
And what we know is this person today, you today, Bridget Schlitt, 2024, you want to do everything you can to distance yourself from that old Bridget.
Yes.
Anything that puts you at risk being sucked back into that world, that Bridget, you'd do anything in your life to avoid that, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Any redirect?
Are you lying to protect yourself?
No.
Judge, are we getting
And
Wait, just a second.
my approach?
Watch leading questions. Go ahead and ask a question.
This is the third round is my objection.
Overruled. I allow there to be rounds until we're done. Go ahead.
the only other thing, Judge, is I would ask that you take judicial notice of the fact that Mr. Ratanasak entered a plea of guilty to 1 count, not 3.
Oh, and if I misspoke that, absolutely, let's correct the record. I apologize and take.
You know, So we both stipulated that was 1 count of first-degree intentional homicide as a party to a crime.
Correct.
Is that correct?
To be honest, whatever the record shows, I'm not,
Okay.
that's
So-
35 years, I know.
All right. Fine. Judicial notice for that. Go ahead.
Thank you. That's it. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. With that, I'm striking your question, so there's no redirect here, and so I'll have you step down. Thank you. Okay, we'll call next witness.
At this time, the state calls Seth Barna.
Please step over here, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You can have a seat over here.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Seth David Barna, Seth David, B as in boy, Arna.
And Mr. Barna, are you a resident of La Crosse County?
Yes,
How long have you lived in La Crosse County?
about 25 years.
Where are you employed?
Henderson Health Systems, now Amplify.
And how long have you been an employee of it?
Just over 25 years.
Mr. Barna, I'm going to ask you to think back to April 13th of 2023. Can you tell us what you had going on that day?
We just returned from a trip to Florida, and it was a beautiful morning. It was warmer here than it was actually in Florida, so we decided to go for a walk that morning as we were off work. And we started to walk down the road like we normally would, and found a bag along the road that was a reusable bag, so we started picking up trash.
What road were you on, Mr. Barna?
Our County Road M,
And you said you were picking up trash.
picking up trash, aluminum cans, different things that we find along the road like we would every spring.
This is something you typically did.
Yes,
Have you ever picked up trash along the particular part of the road you were on that day?
we have in the past.
How do you and your wife do that?
We walk along the road. Usually one of us takes one side, one takes the other, and grab stuff, put it in the bag.
Were you walking towards the northerly direction on M?
So we're going up the hills, yes.
And did you find anything that day that was different than when you had done that activity previously?
I was across the road from my wife, and she asked me to come over to where she was in her location, and then she pointed out to me that she had found what appeared to be a firearm.
Did you or your wife have more experience with firearms?
I do.
What is your experience with firearms?
Grown up around them, and I have been a certified Wisconsin hunter safety instructor for 15 years, and I also have my concealed carry permit.
So what did you do after your wife alerted you to that?
I took a couple pictures. I went closer to the firearm and used the back of my finger to lift up on the trigger guard to inspect it to see if it was indeed an actual firearm and not just some type of airsoft gun or something that wouldn't qualify as the technical definition of firearm.
And for someone with little to no knowledge of guns, how could you make that determination?
Well, as I turned it over, I saw that the make, model, and caliber were stamped as they should be on the slide of the firearm. And as I identified that, I tipped it back down and put a little bit of grass over it, and then we walked away.
Do you remember what that make, model, caliber was?
I can tell you it was a Glock 40 caliber Smith & Wesson.
And I believe it's your testimony that you put some grass over it.
Put some grass over, just didn't know if anybody else would see it shining in the sun, so just covered it up so nobody else found it.
What did you do next?
We continued to pick up trash on the way back down, and then we got to our house. I actually texted a friend of mine who is a police officer in the city department, and he recommended that I call the sheriff's department non-emergent line, which I did, and reported the fact that I had found a firearm.
Then what happened?
We waited for a while. It took about probably an hour or so for the officer to, or the deputy to come out. Actually went by our house the first time, and I was outside raking grass as it was dry enough to do so, and then he came back in our direction and pulled into the driveway.
Did you take him to where the firearm was located, or where you previously located it?
I did. He pulled in the driveway. We exchanged confirmation that he was in the right place and that I had indeed found the firearm. And like I said, I was raking grass at the end of the driveway, but on the lawn. So I was standing there basically watching him, pull in.
How did the two of you get back to the location?
I asked how I could go there, and he didn't recommend, he recommended if I was asked if I could ride in his car instead of having to drive up there myself. And he said that I could, however, I had to be patted down and searched in order to be in the back of the squad car.
So that happened in your front yard?
In my front yard, yep.
Any neighbors drive by?
No, my wife was sitting on the front porch.
So then did you take the deputy to the location?
We did, drove past it and parked.
And the two of you then got out of the car?
Yes.
And what happened next?
I identified the area where we had found the firearm, and then it took a little bit just to get back to the same spot. I had, like I said, taken a picture just so I could identify the surroundings, and then we did find it, and he had uncovered took the grass and stuff off of it.
Mr. Barna, I'm going to hand you what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 14. The laser pointer to it in a second. Do you recognize what you're looking at?
Yes,
Is this a photograph?
yes, I recognize it as photograph REM.
Is it a photograph you took?
I don't believe it is.
But
It's not actually, because I did not take any with squad car present.
but it is a view that you recognize.
Yep.
And does it show the location of the firearm in it?
It does.
Is what you're seeing in the photo a true and accurate representation of what you saw on that day when you found the firearm?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for the admission of Exhibit 14 and request that it be published.
Okay, received and be published.
And Mr. Barna, that's now up on the screen. Can you please use the laser pointer and indicate where the firearm is located in that photo? Behind you. I'm sorry, that's confusing. Right there in the bottom third of the picture?
Yes.
And is that the deputy's patrol car? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And the car that, or the direction that the deputy's patrol car was traveling in, is that the same direction that you approached the gun from earlier that day?
Yes.
And that is on the passenger side of the deputy's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Barna, did you make any other observations about the gun besides the make, model, caliber?
That the slide and action were very rusty, and that there was a clip actually in the firearm indicating that there was a clip in there and that the slide was closed.
Someone with experience with firearms, what does that indicate to you?
I would assume at that point, without having a cleared action, that it was a loaded firearm.
And why would you assume that?
Most often the clip, unless it's inserted after the gun is fired, the clip is still going to ammo it, and the action being closed means that it advanced a round into the chamber.
You said it was rusty?
Yes.
Are any of the firearms you own rusty?
No.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Cross.
Hello. When you saw the gun, you, apologize, I pointed at you. When you saw the gun, you minimized your physical touching of the gun, is that right?
I attempted to lift the gun with the back of my fingers, not to disturb it, yes.
Yeah. You did it in a way to minimize how much physical contact you had with that gun, correct?
Yes.
You wanted to make sure, again, that you were, that it was a real gun, right?
I wanted to confirm that before I called the sheriff's department, as I was thinking it was going to do, and just for general safety, I wasn't going to put my finger anywhere near that.
Absolutely. And you also wanted to minimize your touching because if it was a real gun, you know, it, for all you know, it could be evidence of something, correct?
I just know it was a gun laying there.
Okay. And I'm guessing you minimized the touching of it because you're concerned about potentially leaving fingerprint evidence?
That, and I didn't want to get my finger near the trigger.
Sure. Or you're concerned about disturbing fingerprint evidence?
Well, I just did not want to put any more fingerprints on it than are already there.
Sure. And you're probably also concerned, you've heard of DNA evidence, correct? Yep. You were concerned about either leaving your own DNA evidence or disturbing whatever DNA evidence was there, correct?
I just didn't want to disturb it any more than I had to.
Yep. And so that's why you minimized the touching of it, correct? All right. Just two more questions. You weren't at the quarry on M on July 23rd, 2021 at 2 a.m.?
No, sir.
And you agree you have no knowledge of who was the shooter who shot the three young men at the quarry on that day?
No, sir.
You agree?
I agree.
That's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down. All right, call your next witness.
State will call Cody Ratkovich.
Oh, thank you.
you solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for me?
It's Cody Rakovich, first of Cody, C-O-D-Y, last of Rakovich, R-A-T-K-O-V-I-C-H,
And where do you work?
for the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office,
What is your position there?
Sheriff's Deputy,
And how long have you been a sheriff's deputy with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department?
June of 2019.
What are your typical job duties?
Just normal traffic control, traffic enforcement, just responding to any call that basically comes out in my area.
Would we like lump that into road patrol?
Yep.
And were you on duty April 13th of 2023?
I was.
Were you dispatched to a residence on County Road M that day in the township of Farmington?
I was.
And why were you dispatched there?
I was dispatched there for a found property, reported for a found gun on the side of the road.
And who did you talk to when you got to that location?
I talked to the complainant. His name was Seth Barna.
Did Mr. Barna take you to the location of the found property, the firearm?
He did.
How did you get there?
I went to his residence, which is just down the road from there, and then I had him in the back of my patrol vehicle and just a short distance away.
Are there any procedures or precautions you have to take before you let somebody ride in your patrol vehicle?
Yeah, anytime we give anybody we transport anybody, we search them just to make sure.
And Deputy, where was the firearm located?
So from his residence, it was under a mile, just north on County Road M, and be on the south side of the road.
If I can have Exhibit 2 published, please. Deputy Rakovich, there should be a laser pointer up there in front of you. From your work as a patrol deputy, are you familiar with the portion of La Crosse County that's shown on this map?
I am.
And is the approximate location of where the gun was found pinpointed on this map?
It is.
Can you please indicate with the laser pointer where that is? So that is near the address of N7305 County Road M.
It is.
What did you do when you got there, Deputy?
Like I said, I had the complainant, I brought him over, or he showed me where the firearm was located. Once we got there, he covered it up with a little bit of grass just for safety precautions to make sure no one else found the firearm. So he showed me exactly where it was at. I just started on the south side of the road, just a little bit south of that fire number.
And how did the grass get uncovered then?
It didn't have much on it. I mean, it was April. The grass isn't very long at that time, but
Did you then handle the firearm?
I did.
Did you put gloves on before you did that?
I did.
What was the first thing you did when you handled the firearm?
Prior to that, I started taking pictures, and then once I handled the firearm, I made sure you want to make sure the firearm is safe. It was not locked in the back position, indicating that it's not safe at that point. It appeared there was still a magazine in the gun, and so just at that point, it wasn't safe. I attempted to make it safe, however, just due to it being out in the elements, it was rusted over.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Glock 40 caliber 22C.
Are you familiar with that type of gun?
I am.
Why are you familiar with that type of gun?
I carry a Glock.
That's your duty weapon?
Yeah, not a 40 caliber, but I carry a Glock.
What else did you notice about the gun, if anything?
Once I observed the firearm, I observed that, just like I said, I am familiar with Glock. I know where the serial numbers generally are. I noticed that it appeared that the one on the slide appeared to be filed off, and then there's another one on the frame itself that looked like it had been removed.
Did you notice anything else about the firearm?
There was a black, like a elastic cloth or something on the handle.
And you stated that you had taken photos, correct?
I did.
What did you do next?
Once I took photos, then it was placed in my patrol vehicle.
You talked about trying to make the weapon safe, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. What did you do? Can you lead me through the steps of what that looked like that day?
I removed the magazine from the firearm. I observed that there was at least 2 rounds inside the magazine. It's on a Glock. There's an indicator that it possibly has another round in the chamber if the extractor is pointed out just a little bit. Again, the firearm was rusted over in that spot, but it appeared it was punched out a little bit, so indicating that there was possibly one in the chamber. I tried to rack the slide back, but due to it being rusted over, I could not do so.
So I think you said you tried to make it safe, correct?
Correct.
But because of the condition of the gun, that wasn't possible.
Yeah.
What did you then do to get that firearm transported back to, or packaged in your vehicle?
I secured it in my patrol vehicle to be transported back to the sheriff's office to place into evidence.
Where did you put it in your patrol vehicle?
I believe in the passenger front seat on the floorboard.
And you're taking photos, correct?
I did.
Did you review those photos before you left the scene that day?
Yeah, we use a program called iCrime Fighter. Due to the location that we were at, we don't get very good cellular service. When I was having a difficult time logging into our program. I had to turn my phone on and off, and then once I got it on, it indicated that it was taking photos, but for some reason it didn't save at that point. So then once I realized that, then I set the firearm back down and you could see that where it was currently sitting, or previously sitting, sorry. And I took another photo of that.
How could you tell where the firearm had been previously sitting?
It was, you could see in the grass where it was generally added, appeared it had been there some time.
Were you wearing a body worn camera at the time you were on this call?
I was.
And did you review that body worn camera?
I did, just to confirm the placement and which way the barrel and everything was facing.
Did you take more pictures then?
We took photographs once we got back to the sheriff's office. Deputy Peter Sloan did that.
And that was a bad question, I'm sorry. You took photos of the firearm in the location you put it back in to document that since you lost the other photos, correct?
I did.
Eventually you took Mr. Barna home?
I did.
And then you went back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified it was processed. The firearm was processed then for evidence?
Yeah, due to the fire, I didn't put it in evidence myself due to it not being safe at that point and believe that there was still one in the chamber. So Deputy Peter Sloan took over at that point.
And I hand you a stack of photos here. And Your Honor, we already moved number 14 into evidence and it was published. Attorney Nelson has indicated he has no objection to these also being moved into evidence and published. It's Exhibit 13, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay. Given no objection will be received, you can publish them.
Deputy, I'm going to put these in front of you. They're going to be on the screen behind you as well. I get 14 back. Start with 13. If we can put that on the screen, please. And Deputy, can you tell me what we're looking at in Exhibit 13?
So approximately just to the north of that's where I parked my patrol vehicle, and what you're looking at is the guardrail. Just off to the left of that would be where the firearm was recovered.
And then if we can go to 14, please. Deputy, can you tell me what we're looking at in Exhibit 14?
In there, you're looking northbound. You can see the firearm on the ground.
And that's your patrol vehicle in the picture?
Yes.
And you had been traveling northbound from Mr. Barna's residence?
Yes,
And the firearm was on the passenger side of your car, correct?
it is.
We can go to Exhibit 15, please. Deputy, can you tell me what we're looking at in Exhibit 15?
That's the Glock that was recovered, Glock 40 caliber 22C.
And this is a retake, right?
Yes,
But it's in the same location as the firearm was in when you initially found it.
yes.
Can we proceed to 16, please? Deputy, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
This would have been a photograph once we got back to the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office. I believe this was taken by Deputy Peter Sloan.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the firearm you found?
It is.
What is the item to the left of the firearm?
It's the magazine.
Can we proceed to 17, please? What are we looking at here, Deputy?
It's just a close-up of the firearm.
And what part of the firearm is this?
It's showing the slide, and below that's the partial of the frame.
And does the slide have any details about the gun on it?
Yeah, it shows that it's a Glock 40 caliber 22C.
And can you point out for me, Deputy, using a laser pointer, where you're getting that information from the slide?
Right here.
And then if we can move ahead to Exhibit 18, please. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Again, that's just another picture of the firearm.
And is that still the slide at the top part there?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you observe about it?
So where the rusty spot is, that's generally where there would have been a serial number located. It appeared to have been filed off, and then if you look on right below the slide on the frame itself, you can see in the plastic, it looked like it had been tampered with.
And Deputy, you were working for the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office when the homicides of Nemo Yang, Peng Lor, and Trevor Maloney occurred, correct?
I was, just not that day.
So you did have knowledge that there had been some gun violence on County Road M?
I did.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
You cross?
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you. Make that down. Call your next witness.
Yes, thank you. At this time, the state calls Jessica Crawford. forward, ma'am. Have you stand before the clerk, standing up, and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can have a seat at the witness stand.
Ma'am, I'll have you please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Jessica Crawford, JESSICA CRAWFORD.
What do you do for a living?
I am a firearms and toolmark examiner with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Milwaukee Laboratory.
Can you tell us what you do in that job?
The main duties of the job is to examine firearms and firearm-related evidence like fired cartridge cases and fired projectiles or fired bullets to determine if the fired evidence was fired either in the same firearm or in a specific or suspected firearm.
How long have you been doing that job?
About 7.5 years,
And to be clear, how long have you been employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
about 9.5 years.
What did you do before you were doing this job as a firearms and toolmark examiner?
I held a title called a forensic program technician. In that capacity, I worked with DNA data bank samples and I worked as an evidence specialist.
The two documents in front of you, we'll talk about each in turn. So, ma'am, let's start first with what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19. See that?
Yes,
What is that?
this is my statement of qualifications.
What's a statement of qualifications?
A statement of qualifications is a working resume.
Does that document summarize education and training that lets you do your job with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yes, it does.
I'd move Exhibit 19.
You received?
Can you summarize for us or explain to us what within the statement of qualifications, what kind of specialized education and training do you have that lets you do your job as a firearms and toolmark examiner?
I have a bachelor's of science from Fort Hays State University, and I've completed the Wisconsin State Crime Lab Firearm and Toolmark Examiner Training Program.
What all does that entail?
That program is roughly 18 to 24 months. It is done in a modular style, so each subdiscipline you go through a training program for that subdiscipline. At the end of that, you are competency tested and allowed to perform those particular duties. And this is all done under the apprenticeship of a senior examiner.
Okay, you explained sort of firearms identification a little bit earlier, I think, in talking about your job. Can you tell us, well, what's firearms identification?
So firearms identification is taking fired evidence and evaluating it for different types of characteristics. So there are class characteristics and there are individual characteristics. Class characteristics are characteristics that are determined in the manufacturing stage. So something like the caliber would be a class characteristic, or the shape of the firing pin would be a class characteristic. That would be similar in a group of guns. So for instance, a Smith & Wesson might have a hemispherical firing pin. That would be a class characteristic. Once we evaluate for class characteristics, we then evaluate for what's called individual characteristics. Individual are microscopic striations and impressions that are left over on the fired evidence from the firing process. We use what's called a comparison microscope, which is two microscopes that are connected by one optical bridge. This allows us to look at two objects simultaneously. If we have a firearm, we perform test fires of that firearm and recover those known samples and use those samples to compare to the evidence that we received in the case.
Thank you. Is this a new kind of study, a new thing that people can do with guns?
No.
No? Tell me about that.
Firearms examination has been practiced for around 100 years.
Is the Wisconsin State Crime Lab accredited?
Yes.
Who is the accrediting body?
It's called ANAB, A-N-A-B.
What does that stand for, if you know?
I cannot think of it at this moment.
Fair enough. You know that the State Crime Lab is accredited, though?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the body?
Yes.
Okay. What quality control procedures are used at the lab in your discipline?
Every case that the firearms unit examines will go through a peer review and verification process. During peer review, a second qualified examiner will take the paperwork and ensure that it's accurate and complete. And during the verification, a second qualified examiner takes the physical evidence, performs an examination of that evidence, and confirms that the evidence supports the conclusions made by the original examiner.
Have you testified before in firearms identification?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Over 90 times.
Have you been found to be an expert in this area before
Yes.
and offered your opinion or been allowed to offer your opinion in court?
Yes.
Okay. Can you walk us through what's the process that you go through when you receive evidence, firearm evidence, in a case in your job?
Is there specific evidence you want me to talk about?
Sure, that's a great question for me to be more specific. When you're doing your job and you are sometimes provided with a firearm, yes?
Yes, I am.
And are you also sometimes provided fired cartridge cases?
Yes,
Also sometimes projectiles?
yes.
Walk me through the process of what you do when you're handed all of those in your job as a firearms examiner.
So we will take a firearm and we perform a notes sheet to document everything about the firearm, the make, the manufacturer, the serial number, characteristics that we see that will be useful in the examination process. We also look at this firearm to ensure that it's not damaged, it's not manipulated, and that there isn't any concern for safety. We check the safety devices and make sure that they're working properly, and then we perform 2 test fires of that firearm. We have a shooting range, and I myself take the firearm in the back, perform the test fires, and collect those known test fires. When we have fired evidence, like fired cartridge cases or fired bullets, what we'll do is we will document them in a similar fashion with a note sheet that allows us to document all of the different characteristics, manufacturing information, caliber information, etc. And we will then do an evaluation to determine if we have similar class characteristics among those pieces of evidence, the fired cartridge cases. Once we determine that we do have that, then we will perform the microscopic examination and evaluate for the individual characteristics. If we are able to see that there is agreement between them and that we do have the proper agreement that we need to make our identification or elimination, then we will render an opinion and we will create a report, and then we'll go through peer review and verification.
Did you become involved in crime lab case number M21-1670? Is
Yes, I did.
that a case involving a Peng, a Trevor Maloney, and a Nemo Yang?
I believe so, but I'm not certain of the names.
Sure. Here's what I'll have you do. I placed in front of you previously a document that's been previously marked as exhibit number 20. Do you see that document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a report for laboratory number M21-1670 that I generated on June 6th of 2023.
Okay. And those names that I just stated, is that included in that document as the case name?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is your report that you authored based on your work in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd move exhibit 20.
You received?
Okay. You became involved in this case. What all were you provided with?
I was provided with a firearm in this case. I was provided with 10 fired cartridge cases and I believe 11 or 12 projectiles, and then there were some not suitable projectiles also.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and request permission to publish exhibit 20.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. That up, that way we can all know what you're talking about. Okay. This is your report that we're looking at. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Let's go ahead and start with this. You said that you were provided with a firearm.
that's correct.
That's item R1.
That is correct.
Okay. Tell me about that firearm. What did you identify it as?
This firearm is a Glock 22C. That is a 40 caliber semi-automatic pistol.
What is, not everybody's a firearm expert like you. Tell me about a semi-automatic pistol. What does that mean?
A semi-automatic pistol means that when this pistol is ready to fire and the trigger is pulled, the firing pin will strike the primer. It will send the bullet down the barrel. During the process of that explosion and power, the slide will reset, the cartridge case will be ejected, and the slide, as it is setting back into place into a closed position, will reset a new cartridge into the chamber of the gun, and it will be ready to fire again with another pull of the trigger.
Okay. When you were, and this may move forward to page 2 of this document, it's a 3-page document. Did you visually examine that Glock 40 caliber?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to us your visual examination?
During the initial assessment of this firearm, I found that it was inoperable as it was received. Due to corrosion and rust, I was unable to function this firearm just as it was received to me. During my examination, I cleaned the firearm and I added gun oil to the firearm to function the slide. So I was able to then function the firearm at least enough to see that it could function. And during that testing, I found that the guide rod and guide spring, which are 2 pieces in the slide, that provide tension and movement for the slide were broken or corroded. And I then used one of our reference firearms to replace that guide pin and guide rod, excuse me, and guide spring so that I could successfully test fire this firearm.
Okay. So it wasn't working and you had to replace some parts.
Yes.
Okay, replacing those parts. What, if any, effect does that have on class characteristics of this gun?
Those particular pieces have no bearing on the microscopic markings that we would be looking at for projectiles or cartridge cases.
Okay, so you're getting actually, I think, a little bit to my next question, which is what, if anything, does replacing those specific parts have to do with individual characteristics for this gun?
So because these two pieces do not come in contact with any cartridge case or bullet that is inserted into that firearm, they would leave no markings on those pieces and we would not have to evaluate for that concern.
Okay. The inoperable pieces don't touch cartridges.
That's correct.
Okay. So you cleaned it, you made it operable, and then from there, well, let me ask you this. Were there any other defects to the firearm that you noticed?
Yes.
What were those?
So on a typical Glock, you will see 3 locations where the serial number is. On the barrel or chamber part of the barrel, on the slide, and then there's a metal insert on the frame in front of the trigger. The slide and the barrel had the serial number scratched off of them, and the metal insert on the frame was removed or it was gone, missing.
You have no idea how those two things happened,
That's correct.
and that wouldn't be part of your job.
No.
Okay. Did you take any steps to remedy those defects?
Yes.
What did you do?
On the slide and the barrel, because the serial number was still existent, I used a series of physical and chemical restoration techniques, and I was able to restore the serial number on both pieces, the slide and the barrel.
Okay. Before you test fired this Glock, did you do anything else with it?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. So in addition to the firearm itself, you were provided other evidentiary items, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go back to page 1 if we can. And without reading every single word, can you just kind of run us through what you were provided?
Yes. So I received 10 fired .40 caliber cartridge cases. I received quite a few different projectiles and bullets. So there are a few different ways that we describe them. If the bullet is fully intact and we can determine what type of bullet, and by type I mean, is it a full metal jacket, is it jacketed hollow point, I will list it as what I can identify it as. If it is just the jacketing, which is that copper coating on the outer portion of the bullet, I will call it just the jacketing. If there is jacketing and bullet or lead material together, we'll call that a jacketed bullet if we can't identify the entire thing. So in this case, I received jacketed bullet fragments, jacketed hollow point bullets, lead fragments, and I believe there was bullet jacket fragments.
Okay. Were all of these items that you were provided, in terms of the fired cartridge cases, the fired jacketed bullets, and the various fragments, consistent with each other? In terms of make, let me specify in terms of make.
In terms of class characteristics,
Yes.
yes. So between the 10 fired cartridge cases, they shared similar class characteristics, and between the 11 projectiles that were able to be evaluated, they shared class characteristics as well.
Okay, tell me about the class characteristics.
On the fired cartridge cases, they had an elliptical firing pin shape and a rectangular aperture shape. And on the projectiles, they all had what's called polygonal rifling.
Explain to me polygonal rifling, or actually, can you just explain to me rifling?
Rifling is on the interior of the barrel. Rifling is raised and recessed portions called lands and grooves, and they are on the inside of the barrel, often in a spiral, and they go in a direction to the left or to the right. They will have a count, something like 5 or 6, meaning that there are 5 lands and 5 grooves, or 6 lands and 6 grooves. The design of rifling is to help the barrel or the bullet go down the barrel fast and accurate. So different manufacturers have different types of rifling. The most common one we see is called conventional, and conventional will have very harsh corners. So each landing groove will have a harsh corner that looks like a 90-degree angle. In polygonal rifling, it will be more like hills and valleys. So you'll see more of a swoop than an actual hard edge to those. And that's how we can determine when we have different rifling characteristics.
Okay, are these class characteristics or are these individual characteristics?
These are class characteristics.
Okay. What would be individual characteristics?
Individual characteristics would be when we use that comparison microscope to look into each land and groove to see the striations and impressions that were in the interior of that barrel as that bullet traveled through and it was hugged by that barrel impressed those markings onto that bullet. When we're looking at individual, we're looking in those lands and grooves. So not just at them as, to count them or to see the type, but the actual individual striations in them.
Thank you. I forgot to ask previously, and I'll do that now. Were you also provided with a magazine?
Yes,
Did that magazine contain bullets?
it did contain unfired, yes.
Unfired? How many?
There were 2 magazines in this case. So one of the magazines had 3 unfired 40 caliber cartridge cases, and the second magazine had 7 unfired 40 caliber cartridge cases.
Okay. And
Cartridges, excuse me.
what brand magazines were those?
They were both Glock brand.
Okay. Now at this point, we've gone through visual examination of the firearm. We've talked about other items you were provided with. You did the microscopic evaluation with the test fires and the comparison with these items, right?
That's correct?
Okay. I want to talk about the results of all of that. Why don't you walk me through the evidentiary items? Were all of them suitable for comparison?
No.
Were some of them suitable for comparison?
Yes.
Okay. And let's go ahead, if we can look at page 3 of 3 of this document. We have that up. You have the document also in front of you. Which items were not suitable? Well, actually, page 2 might be better for this. Let's look at page 2 for this. What items were not suitable?
So the items that were not suitable for examination are items W, Y was suitable, but was submitted with a jacketed bullet fragment that was not suitable. Z is suitable, but it was submitted with 4 jacketed bullet fragments and 8 lead fragments that were not suitable. And AA was suitable, but it was submitted with 1 jacketed bullet fragment and 2 lead fragments that were not suitable.
Okay, all of the unsuitable were bullets and bullet fragments. Is that right?
Yes, they were bullet fragments and lead fragments.
Right, what you said. Thank you. Why weren't they suitable?
A good portion of them were incredibly small. So some of those jacketing pieces, those jacketed bullet fragments, were just much too small or contained no microscopic information. So they didn't come in contact with the rifling. And then the lead fragments, they're on the interior, kind of protected by that jacketing. And so they don't come in contact with the rifling. And so they bear no microscopic evaluation for them.
What might cause a bullet to fragment?
I would expect that would happen as it impacted something.
Impacted if it hit something.
Correct.
Okay. So then moving along, those are unsuitable for identification or comparison. There were then a number of items that were suitable for comparison.
Yes.
Okay. Now we can look at page 3. Let's first talk about inconclusive. Out of the items that were suitable for comparison, did any of them result in an inconclusive result?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
So an inconclusive result means that I was able to see that there were class characteristics represented. However, because of impact, penetration damage, and shallow rifling, I was unable to utilize the individual characteristics to make an identification or an elimination. So an inconclusive result just means that it has not been identified, it has not been eliminated, but that it shares class characteristics.
Okay, what items were those?
Those are items U, Z, AB1, and AB2.
And what were all of those? If you need to look at pages 1 and 2, please do so.
So item U is a fired jacketed bullet fragment. Item Z is a fired jacketed bullet. Items AB1 is a fired jacketed bullet fragment, and AB2 is a fired jacketed bullet fragment.
Okay, and those 4 items, inconclusive. It's possible, is it possible that they went through the Glock 40 caliber 22C?
It is possible, yes.
Is it also possible that they didn't?
It is possible they did not.
Okay, thank you. So then let's get to the last grouping of items. Were some of the items you were provided with, were you able to make an identification from microscopic comparison?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what items were those?
So I received 10 fired 40 caliber cartridge cases. I was able to determine that they were fired in item R1, the Glock semi-automatic pistol. I received 7 fired projectiles, items V, X, Y, AA, AB2, AC, and AB1. And I was able to determine that they were fired through the barrel of item R1, the Glock semi-automatic pistol.
Okay, and Judge, I believe Exhibit 110, the bag of, back there?
Right here.
Fantastic. Ms. Crawford, I'm placing in front of you, there are my words, what's been previously received as evidence as Exhibit 110. You go ahead, look in that bag, and tell me, take a look through those plastic envelopes. Are those the 10 fired cartridge cases?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Thank you.
Turn this up a little bit.
Ms. Crawford, placing before you an item at 21. I'm also providing you a box of gloves.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to open that up. I'm not going to bury the lead. I'm going to ask you if that's item R1, the 40 caliber Glock 22C.
Yes, it is.
If you could please take that out. Well, I guess first I'd move for the admission of, I believe that's Exhibit 21.
Yes.
You receive?
And then, Your Honor, I'd request permission to publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
No,
Go ahead.
You could please take that out and show us the firearm. Thank you, ma'am. That's all for me, Judge. I have nothing further.
Cross?
yes, please. You need a trash can.
Yes.
There a trash can so she can put her gloves away.
Yeah, right here. There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Cross.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You work at the crime lab.
I do, yes.
I'm just gonna ask you some general questions about the crime lab, okay?
Okay.
There's lots of departments in the crime lab, right?
That is correct.
You're one of those departments, correct?
That's correct.
We heard before, I think yesterday, we all heard from Nick Stolke. You know who he is, right?
I do, yes.
Works in a different department in the crime lab, correct?
He does, yes.
And I think it's like crime scene investigations, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a department that covers DNA.
Yes, there is.
There's a department that covers fingerprints.
Yes.
There's probably, there's a department that, there's lots of other departments. Maybe they're not, they test drugs,
Yes.
they test bodily fluids.
Yes.
I want to ask you in general about testing of guns, okay?
Okay.
Because that's your expertise, right?
That is.
There's certainly other people at the crime lab and other departments who also do tests to guns, correct?
Yes.
But you in particular, you are an expert regarding the firearm, put FTE. Tool examiner, that's what I put the acronym for, firearm tool examiner, right?
Yes.
In part, again, in general, what you're doing and maybe some other people in other departments are doing is at the crime lab, you examine a gun to determine, and you use science in examination of that gun to see if that gun can be connected to a specific case. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Yeah, there's different ways that you could connect a gun to a case, right?
This is correct, yes.
And you're one of those ways, correct?
That's correct.
Sure. Right? There's other departments that might have other tools in a generic sense on how you could connect a gun to a case, right?
Yes.
But all of those, certainly for you use science, right?
Yes.
You're a scientist, essentially.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you use the scientific method.
I do.
And part of the scientific method is there's a hypothesis, right?
That's correct.
What's a hypothesis?
I hypotheses as an educated guess.
And you make some educated guesses in part of the scientific method, correct?
That's correct.
And then you test those hypotheses, right?
That's correct.
And then there's kind of, again, broad categories, but it might be 3 different things you can do after a test. You can rule something out, you can rule something in, or it's kind of that middle land of inconclusive, right?
That's correct.
Those are essentially the 3 different categories in general when you use the scientific method at the crime lab, what you can come up with, right?
That's correct.
All right. And So what the firearm tool examiner does, like you, what you do is you connect a gun generally to, I'll just call it bullets, and that's a very big umbrella to cover anything coming out of the gun. Does that make sense?
Yes,
And we use that non-scientific, non-technical term of bullet to just cover anything coming out, discharge from the gun.
yes, sure.
Okay, and so you're with me, right? That's what you can do as a firearms examiner. You can connect a gun to a bullet, correct?
That is correct.
All right. There's other, like, you said a fingerprint department, correct?
That is correct.
They might be able to connect a gun to a person, right?
That is correct.
And then there's a DNA department as well, correct?
That's correct.
They might be able to connect a gun to a person, correct?
That is correct.
So those departments might be able to get more specific and the connection to the case, right?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, for you, before the gun got to you in your department, other departments examined it, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Because certainly you, as you said, you took cleaning solvent to it, you did other things to the gun, right?
Yes, I did.
You wouldn't want to do that before the fingerprint people get it, right?
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't want to do that before the DNA people get it, correct?
That is correct.
So the proper procedure is to let those people do their job, to use science to see if they can rule something in, correct?
That's correct.
And it went through those channels and then it eventually got to you, correct?
That is correct.
And then you used, I won't get into it because you used scientific method to rule some things in, correct?
That's correct.
And even with all of that science, with all of that testing, you couldn't rule everything in, right?
That is correct.
Sometimes you came to the conclusion that it's inconclusive, right?
Yes.
I would imagine that's an unsatisfactory finding sometimes.
I don't have an opinion that way.
So you're not putting, you're a scientist, I'm testing it, there's no value judgment on what the result is.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. But essentially with the one thing, in broadest terms here, what you're telling the jury is you used the scientific method and you were able to connect this gun to the bullets, right?
Yes, I was.
So when we had exhibit number 21, which is a gun, and exhibit 110, which is the bullets, you're like, I can connect these two things, correct?
That is correct, sir.
You're not here to connect that gun to a person, right?
No,
You can't do that, right?
I cannot.
We need to hear from somebody else from the crime lab about how it could be connected to a particular person, right?
That is correct.
And that's not you.
That is not me.
That's all.
Any retract?
Oh, nothing for me.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Why don't we,
What's this? It's mine.
I'll move this over first. Is there another, now we only have 20 minutes, but do you have anybody else that's short?
We don't actually. I wish we did. We don't.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, because I always want to get you out by 4, so I always put pressure on to say, hey, let's be done by 4. I don't want to start somebody new, obviously, and I don't think we.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael Luco, Mychaelewko,
Where do you live, sir?
405
Oh, let me be more specific. What city do you live in?
Lacrosse,
Okay. How long have you lived in La Crosse?
since 2004.
Are you from Wisconsin before that?
Yep.
Mr. Luco, in your life, have you ever had a drug problem?
Yes,
What's your drug?
heroin and meth.
How long were you a user?
5 years?
Are you clean and sober now?
Yes,
How long have you been clean and sober?
a little over 2 years.
Are you employed?
Yes,
Where do you work?
that's industrial metal,
How long have you had that job?
about 16 months.
Did I hear you right, 16 months?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Luco, do you know someone who goes by the name Kush?
Yes,
How long have you known him?
15 years.
Would you consider Kush a friend?
Yes,
Have you always known him to be a person living in the La Crosse area?
yes,
Sir, do you see Kush in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you let us know where he's seated and what he's wearing?
You see it over there in defense, blue shirt.
I'd ask that the record reflect in-court identification of the defendant.
He's identifying person in the blue shirt over on the defense table. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Lugo, I'd like to direct your attention to July 28th and early August of 2021. At that time, did you find yourself in the La Crosse County Jail?
Yes,
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
yes,
How many times?
10,
Now, August of 2021, July of 2021, those were what I refer to as the COVID times. Do you remember that being a thing at the jail?
yes,
When you went to the jail, was there an admission and quarantine process?
yes.
If you can you just explain to us how that worked?
So you get booked in downstairs in the jail, and then they put you in quarantine up to 7 days in a quarantine block, single cell.
Quarantine block, single cell.
Yep.
Do you remember the name of the quarantine block?
See?
The letter C?
Yep.
Before you got to C block, did you spend a couple of days or just a couple of hours or minutes downstairs that you first told us about?
Yes, up to 3 days.
Okay, up to 3 days in downstairs in sort of the basement. Am I understanding that right?
Yep. in the
Okay.
building, yeah.
And then go upstairs to C block, which is quarantine, 7 days there.
Yes,
Now you said single cell.
yes.
Was that, well, were there in a single cell, was that just all walls, door, no window, or could you see out of that room?
You can see out of the room,
How so?
through the door window.
Through the door window?
Yep.
If you can kind of describe for us, was it a big window or a little window or about how big?
It's only 4 inches by maybe roughly 2 feet tall. So it's like a big rectangle.
Okay. Did you spend 24 hours a day in that cell or were you ever out of that cell?
23 hours in the cell, an hour out.
Okay. During that hour out, where could you go?
And you could take a shower, read, use the phone, use the kiosk.
During that time, well, first of all, during the 23 hours in the cell, did you ever have the opportunity to speak with other inmates?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that worked?
You can talk to them through their door, like the window, as long as you don't get caught, or you can yell back and forth to them.
Okay. Would there be, so you've got a window on your door. Did that look out to a hallway? Did that look directly to another cell or something else?
And look directly out into the cell block area.
Okay. And then during the hour out, could you speak with other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during your 7 days in the C block, did you end up speaking to Kush?
Yes.
Kush was also in C block.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about that. You spoke with him. How were you able to speak with him?
During the hour out or yelling through the vents.
Did you have a hard time hearing him?
Yes.
Did you do anything to remedy that, to be able to hear him better, ask him to speak up, anything else?
Get closer to the air duct vent.
And when you would ask him to do that, would he do that?
I'm sure he would.
Why do you say I'm sure he would?
Just so we can hear each other better.
Okay. When you would speak with Kush, if you remember, who approached who? Did he come and say, hey, Michael, how are you doing? Did you say to him, hey, Kush, how are you doing? Who approached who?
I approached him
Why'd you do that?
because he was brought up during the day. And then I seen him in there. Since I knew him, I approached him to see how he was.
You said you'd known him for how long by that point?
15 years.
15 years then?
Yep.
It's been 3 years, so 18 years now. Am I doing that math right?
Yep.
Okay. When you spoke with Kush, how did he seem emotionally to you? Did he seem calm, regular, normal Kush, or something different?
No, distraught, scared, worried.
Did he tell you what he was distraught, scared, worried about?
Yes.
What was that?
They got him for in there for a homicide.
Now, at this point, when you spoke, well, actually, we'll get to that in a moment. At this point, when you spoke with Kush and he told you that they got him for homicide, had you heard about 3 young men being killed at a quarry?
Yes.
How had you heard about that?
Before I was incarcerated in the jail, it was said and people were called.
People were called?
Yeah, like throughout our friends, people were called and said, these people were killed. And
Did you know the people that were killed?
yes,
Did you, I take it then you knew Nemo Yang?
yes,
You knew Peng,
yes,
and you knew Trevor Maloney?
yes,
You heard things through phone calls with your group of friends that you had in common with those young men?
yes,
Had you read anything?
no,
Have you seen any documents about it?
No,
Did you read any newspaper articles?
no,
Do you know a woman by the name of Bridget Schlicht?
yes,
By the time you spoke with Cush at the La Crosse County Jail, had you spoken to Bridget Schlicht about the deaths of Nemo, Peng, and Trevor Maloney?
no,
Did you speak at all with Bridget Schlicht while you were in the jail in August of 2021?
no,
Okay. So I'd like to go back to your conversations with Cush at the jail. Did Cush say whether or not he was involved in the deaths?
yes,
He said, did he tell you how he was involved?
yes.
How was he involved as he said it to you?
As the gunman?
Was that the word he used?
No,
Okay. Did Cush tell you who he was with at the quarry?
yes,
Who did he say he was with?
black,
Anybody else?
Bridget,
Is that what he called her?
yes,
Did Cush say anything about what Black did?
yes.
What did he say Black did?
Drove the car down, put the people in there and handed him the gun.
Did he say whether or not Black used the gun to do anything violent?
Yes,
What was that?
hit Trevor Maloney in the mouth.
Did Cush say anything about Bridget?
I brought up Bridget. So yes,
You brought up Bridget
yes,
for the first time or after he brought up Bridget?
for the person.
Okay. What, if anything, did he say about Bridget? Well, did he say if Bridget was shot or was not shot?
Was not shot.
Did he say anything about any feeling he had about Bridget not being shot?
There wasn't enough bullets to kill her.
When he said, well, when he said anything about that, did he admit any kind of sadness or regret?
No,
Now, you just mentioned something about he brought up not enough bullets. Do you remember speaking with investigator Fritz Leinfelder about what Cush said to you?
yes,
Do you remember telling Mr. Leinfelder anything about not enough bullets?
yes,
Your recollection is that you did tell Mr. Leinfelder about that
yes,
back in August of 2021.
yes,
Since August of 2021, have you discussed these deaths with multiple people?
no.
Have you read or heard anything since then?
I've heard things.
Okay. As you sit there today, can you tell us whether not enough bullets was something you heard from Cush or something you've heard since then, or you don't know?
From Kush.
In August of 2021, were you using pretty heavily?
Yes,
Did Cush say anything about not being happy that he let Bridget live?
no,
Did Cush tell you anything about having images of what happened in his head still?
yeah.
What was that?
That he couldn't get the images out of his head
What were those images?
of shooting the 3 men.
Did he tell you what order he shot them in?
Yes,
What was that?
Nemo, Peng, and Trevor.
Did Cush tell you where he shot the 3 men?
Yes,
Where was that?
in the back of the head.
Did Cush tell you anything about how the men were positioned when he shot them in the back of the head?
Yes,
How was that?
on their knees.
After he shot them, did Cush tell you where he went?
Yes,
What did he say about that?
he left to go to Warsaw.
Did he say whether or not Bridget left?
Yes,
What did he say about that?
he took off.
Did Cush tell you how many times each young man was shot in the back of the head?
Once in the back of the head, and then 3 other shots, 3 or 4 other shots.
Now, at this time, when you were in the La Crosse County Jail, did you also see a man by the, did you also see Black at the jail?
Yes,
Had you met Black previously?
Yes.
Were you in C block when you saw Black?
No.
Where were you?
I got transferred out of quarantine to E block
You saw Black, well, did you see Black before or after you spoke with Kush?
after.
Did you talk to Black about the shooting?
I mentioned it to him.
You mentioned it to him?
Yep.
Did he talk to you about it?
No.
Did he say anything to you about it?
No.
Mr. Luco, before you were in the La Crosse County Jail, before the shooting, a few days before that, had you had the opportunity to see Kush at a house?
Yes.
When you saw Kush at a house, did he tell you anything that he was doing at that time?
Yes.
What was he doing?
Looking for Nemo.
Did he tell you why he was looking for Nemo?
No.
When he told you he was looking for Nemo, did he show you anything?
Yes.
What did he show you?
A gun, a 40.
A gun?
Glock 40, yes.
A Glock 40?
Yes.
How do you know it was a Glock 40?
It says so right on the barrel.
You could see that?
Yes.
Where was the gun?
In his waistband.
Was anyone with him when this happened at the house?
There's a bunch of people at the house.
There were a bunch of people at the house. Was Black at the house?
Yes.
How did Kush refer to Black?
As his brother.
What was your impression of Black?
And he's quiet.
Mr. Luco, back in mid-August of 2021, did you talk to, or already established, you talked to Investigator Leinfelder about these statements Kush made to you?
Yes.
Who started that conversation? Did you approach Mr. Leinfelder or did he approach you?
He approached him.
You approached him?
Yeah.
Did he come to the jail to get you?
Yes.
And that was after you made it known you wanted to speak to him?
Yes.
How'd that make you feel to be speaking to Investigator Leinfelder about this?
I'm scared.
Why?
Because I don't want to be labeled as a snitch or anything like that.
What made you overcome that and speak with him?
And I was just, it just needed to be done.
Mr. Luco, after you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, did you get any cases dropped?
No.
You get any charges dropped?
No.
Did they release you out of jail and say, thank you so much, you can be on your way now?
No.
Did you get any money?
No.
Did you get any kind of reward?
No.
Anybody give you a medal, shake your hand and say, Michael, you've done the best job ever?
No.
Have you gotten anything out of speaking with Investigator Leinfelder about this other than a subpoena saying you have to come to court?
No.
Mr. Luco, right now, as you sit there today, are you getting any benefit to this at all whatsoever?
No.
How does it make you feel to be here?
I'm scared. Still.
Mr. Luco, how does it make you feel to be testifying against someone you've known for about 18 years that you consider a friend?
Scared.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Cross?
Morning.
Hmm.
You've been in and out of the jail for 20 years?
Yes.
You told the jury you've been convicted of 10 crimes, correct?
Yes.
Probably don't even remember all of those, do you?
No.
In fact, you got a little sticky on your hand with the number 10 to bring up there so that you could remember what that number was, right?
Yes.
Imagine those 20 years in and out of the jail. A lot of stuff was going on in your life.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
As you said, you were an addict during those times?
Yes.
Making bad choices during those times?
Yes.
Committing crimes during those times?
Yes.
Getting arrested during those times?
Yes.
Going into the jail during those times?
Yes.
You, as a veteran of the jail, fair to say you've learned how to survive in the jail?
Yes.
Your experience in 2021 was much different than your first experience 20 years or so before, right?
Yes.
And that's because you'd gained knowledge, right?
Yes.
And you gained that knowledge through your experience of how the jail works, right?
Yes.
Not just how the jail works between you and the jailers, but how the jail works between the prisoners, correct?
Yes.
Because that's a whole different world, correct?
Yes.
And unless you've lived there and been there, you don't really know about it, right?
Right.
But you've lived there, correct?
Yes.
You've been there, right?
Yes.
But you know about it, correct?
Yes.
You know how things work in the jail, right?
Yes.
And there's out here, there's currency, right? There's money that we use to exchange for different things, right? When you're out in the real world, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that in jail, you don't have dollar bills, agreed?
Right.
You don't have tangible money, agreed?
Yes.
There's a different currency that goes on in the jail, is that right?
Yes. And
Yeah, you exchange things. What has value in the jail is information, right?
yes.
You can use information to get things, agreed?
Agreed.
Right? That's the currency within the jail is, I've got something, you can give it to somebody else and you can get something in return, correct?
Yes.
And somewhat like the currency that you use out on the street. When you're exchanging information, that's transactional, right?
Yes,
You give something to get something, right? That's how you survive in the jail.
yes,
And because of that survival in the jail, you got to get along with everybody else, right?
yes,
And certainly within the jail, there are some people who have more power than other people in the jail amongst the prisoners, right?
sometimes,
Yeah, there might be you've heard the term alpha before?
yes,
Might be an alpha male in your block, correct?
yes,
And that's a whole nother world within the jail when there's an alpha male in the block, right?
yes,
Sometimes when everybody gets along, that's one world, but if there's an alpha male and they're dominating, that's a different world, right?
yes,
And I don't know you, Mr. Luco. You strike me as somebody who's kind of a go along, get along kind of guy. Fair to say?
yes,
Fair to say when you get into a cell block with a group of other people, you're not the alpha male, right?
no,
You're just somebody that's trying to get through that experience, right?
yes,
And I imagine sometimes when you're in that jail trying to get through that experience, you might do things that are different than if you're out on the street, right?
yes,
Because it's survival mode in there, correct?
yes,
And I would imagine within the jail in that cell block, trust is difficult to establish between you and the other prisoners, right?
yes,
You're not just going to trust somebody else, correct?
right,
Trust has to be, well, you're reluctant to give it, I bet, right?
yes,
You're skeptical of others, I would imagine, right?
yes,
But there's some times where you just got to do what you got to do to get through that experience, right?
right,
And I imagine there's sometimes when you've been in the jail in and out for 20 years where you know that in order to establish trust, you need to go first, right? You might need to just give somebody something without getting something back immediately in the hopes that you might get a favor later. That happens, correct?
sometimes,
Yeah. You've seen other people do that, certainly, correct?
Correct.
And you've certainly done that yourself, correct?
possibly,
It's an adaptive survival technique that you've used. Like, I know that person I might want a favor from that person, so I'm going to do something for them up front, correct?
yes,
Might be an investment that you make, right?
yes,
Might be an investment in your safety.
yes,
Might be an investment in your well-being.
yes,
Might be an investment in your opportunities for future.
yes,
Now, I want to go back and talk to you more about information, okay?
okay,
As you said, in the jail, information is the currency, correct?
yes,
And there's different ways that prisoners can obtain information. Is that right?
yes,
Yeah. I mean, you could, as you've said, you follow the case on the news. That's a way to learn about cases, correct?
right,
That's a way to learn about people, correct?
yes,
Watching the news, correct?
yes.
Or reading the newspapers, right?
We had to get a paper,
Hardly, but you do sometimes get access to papers in there, correct?
yep, seldomly,
It all depends, right?
Yeah.
Another way that you could get information is, let me back up a second. You've been arrested, charged with crime, been convicted of crime, so I want to ask you a little bit about that process of being a defendant, okay?
Yeah.
Part of that process is you receive a copy of a criminal complaint, correct?
Right.
And when you receive a copy of a criminal complaint, that's a piece of paper, 8.5 by 11, where everything's written out, correct?
Yes.
And then on that piece of paper, it lists what you're charged with, right?
Right.
And then also in the criminal complaint, there's a section called probable cause, and under that, there's a whole bunch of alleged facts. Is that right?
yes,
So when you get a criminal complaint as a defendant, you get to read what the state's story is about why they think you're guilty, right?
briefly,
Yeah,
yes,
that's all written down on those pages, correct?
Yes.
And depending upon what the charge is, I'm guessing some of your criminal complaints were short and some of your criminal complaints were longer, correct?
Correct.
Depends on how complicated or the case is. Agreed?
Agreed.
And the more complicated it is, the more information might be written on that piece of paper, correct?
Right.
And so in every one of your cases, even when you're in jail, you get a copy of that criminal complaint, correct?
yes,
And sometimes, I'm sure when you're in jail, you've seen other people's criminal complaints, right?
sometimes, yes,
Sometimes those things get out and they float around, correct?
yes,
You, I would imagine, being a veteran, know, I don't want to get that criminal complaint floating around, do you?
it doesn't bother me,
It doesn't bother you?
No.
But you agree that if that criminal complaint is floating around, there's other people in the jail cell that you may not trust that now have information about you and your case, correct?
Yeah.
And a clever person might be able to use that to their advantage. Correct?
I don't know how,
Okay, well, we'll get to that, all right? Another way to obtain, also in these, so we have the criminal complaint. You've heard the term discovery as well?
yes,
And discovery is essentially a stack of papers, which includes all the police reports, any transcripts, any evidence that the state has that they put on a piece of paper and they write it all down. That's in a packet called discovery. Is that right?
yes,
And you get that when you're in jail sometimes, right?
I personally have not got one,
Okay. You've always asked your attorney to just like, don't give that to me in jail, right?
yes,
Because you don't want it in jail because there's risks if that much information about you and your case gets into the jail, right?
it's not how I see it,
Okay. There might just be other practical reasons where you don't want it.
Yeah.
You've certainly heard in your times in and out of the jail, you've heard advice from others in the jail to say, don't let that stuff float around in here, correct?
yes,
Yeah, you've heard that said before, correct?
Correct.
And that the reason that you've heard that said is because you know and others know that that could be used against you,
yes,
because as we know, sometimes there's people in jail that you shouldn't trust, right?
yes,
Right? It's like the rest of the world outside. Maybe some people you can trust, but there's definitely some people you can't trust, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine you're a lot more reluctant to trust people when you're in that setting with those people who are, like you, locked up because they've been accused of a crime, correct?
Yes.
Another way to obtain information about a person or a case is other prisoners, correct?
Yes.
Just like you said when you were on the outside, you had a phone and you were talking to your friend group, correct?
Yes.
And your friend group was talking about a case, correct?
Yes.
That's not unusual amongst your friend group that they'd be talking about things in your world, correct?
Right.
And in your world at that time, that was heroin and meth, correct?
Correct.
And so you know that happens on the outside where you can learn stuff about people from what others say, right?
Yes.
The same thing in the jail, correct?
Yes.
And I would imagine it's probably even more so in the jail because there's not as much going on in the jail, correct?
Right.
There's not as many ways to entertain yourself in the jail, correct?
Right.
So a lot of times you'll hear other prisoners talk about other prisoners, correct?
Sometimes.
Yeah, it's a big rumor mill, so to speak, right?
Yes.
And everybody starts talking about perhaps somebody else's case, right?
Yes.
That can happen sometimes, correct?
Yes.
Might be a nice distraction to talk about somebody else's wrongdoing rather than your own, correct?
Yes.
So sometimes the most serious cases are the ones that get talked about, correct?
That depends.
They get talked about more because that might make you or somebody else in your position feel better about your wrongdoing when you're like, yeah, but at least I didn't do that,
Yes.
correct? And so those are the cases you talk about, right?
Yes.
Other prisoners talk about them, correct?
Yes.
And those other prisoners have the ability to gain that information in the ways that we talked about through a criminal complaint, through rumors, through the news, through other things, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had said you had some concerns, you used the word snitch. Remember you used that word?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And you said you were reluctant to talk because you didn't want to be thought of as a snitch,
Yes.
correct? And the reason, I want to get into that a little bit, but in general, part of that is because you were concerned when you're in jail, your bodily security, your person, it's a little more at risk than you are out on the street, correct?
Yes.
Things can happen to you in the jail by other prisoners, correct?
Correct.
You're in a closed, confined setting with a lot of stressful people, and sometimes bad things happen, right?
Yes.
And so when you said, I don't want to be a snitch, it's because you're basically like, I don't want to get beat up in jail, right?
Or outside.
Yeah, or outside, correct? But certainly within jail, sometimes violence is done by one prisoner to another prisoner.
Yes.
And that's something that would concern you in that scenario, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes it happens because someone's a snitch, they're disloyal, right?
Yes.
Sometimes it might happen for other reasons too, correct?
Yes.
An alpha male might just want to come in and dominate, correct?
Yes.
Or an alpha male might want to make sure that everybody in here is doing favors for him, correct?
Yes.
That sometimes happens, right?
Sometimes.
And I want to go back and talk to you about a snitch, okay? You are aware of the fact that there's two possibilities. Sometimes a snitch could be telling the truth. Sometimes a snitch could be lying, right?
Yes.
That happens, correct?
Yes.
You're certainly aware when people are in jail, sometimes they may be motivated by things other than the truth, right?
Possibly.
Sounds like there's times when you've been in the jail that your motivation was to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
Above all, everything else, I'm sure that's goal number one, protect myself, correct?
Yes.
And that would trump anything else in your life when you're inside that jail, right?
Yes.
And I would imagine that probably is pretty common. There's others that sometimes hold that same protect myself value over everything else, correct?
Yes.
And so you're certainly aware when that value is held up that high, there might be times when somebody would get information from one source and lie and attribute it to another source in order to help themselves, right?
They could.
Not only they could, you know that that happens, correct?
Possibly.
Not possibly. You've been in and out of that jail for 20 years. You know that happens, correct?
Yeah. It could. Yes.
Yeah, you're aware of it actually happening, right?
I'm not aware. No.
Yeah, not against you, but certainly against other people, correct?
Possibly.
So you certainly know that sometimes you would agree prisoners lie, correct?
Yes.
When do you lie?
It's a hard question. A hard question. Just when I'm worried or scared of a consequence.
Like you talked lightly, so I just want to make sure. Worried, scared of a consequence?
Yeah.
And that fear sometimes, I would imagine, the greatest fear that any of us have is fear of physical harm to our own being, correct?
Yes.
Right? Those are the times when you've lied is to protect not just your identity, but your body.
Yes.
Now, I want to get to the time in July, August of 2021, okay?
Yep.
At that point, again, you're in La Crosse County Jail again, right?
Yes.
I would imagine that was frustrating to find yourself there, correct?
Yes.
Not a spot you wanted to be, correct?
Yes and no.
Yes, in the sense that it might force you to find sobriety.
Yes.
Because sometimes that addiction is outside of your control, right?
Yes.
So there are times when you may appreciate the fact that you can now get clean because you're forced to get clean, correct?
Yes.
And I would imagine the beginning of that process is extremely difficult on your body.
Yes.
Painful.
Yes,
And there might be things that you need help from others when you're going through that process, right?
as in,
Comfort, water, a little extra food, somebody to look out for you while you're down and sick and out and vulnerable, those types of things.
yeah,
And you're certainly at the time, I would imagine, how old are you, sir?
36,
What's that?
36.
36?
Yep.
So when you were in jail in 2021, you're 33-ish?
Yes,
Now, I appreciate that you're not an old man like me, but I imagine that being in jail at 33 is a different experience than your first time in jail in your teens, right?
yes,
And you're perhaps thinking to yourself, I'm too old for this.
Yep.
Your body's just not cut out for it the way that it maybe was in the teens and the 20s, right?
Correct.
You can't handle it in the same way, right?
yes,
Also, you're just not as fit, right?
Right.
You're not as strong, right?
yes,
You're not as capable of protecting yourself on your own when you're 33 as opposed to maybe in your early 20s. Agreed?
no,
You were a pretty strong guy back then?
Yeah.
Okay. But you certainly agree that within the jail, in the cell blocks, there's a pecking order, correct?
yes,
You've heard the term hierarchy before?
yes,
Okay. And there's a hierarchy in the jail, right?
there could be.
So I want to just get through some of the timeline here in August of 2021, okay?
Okay.
I want to make sure I establish it. I'm going to just start on August 1st, okay? August 1st, you're in quarantine in C block, correct?
I believe so.
And you're then in a cell by yourself for 23 hours, correct?
Yes,
You're not out in the area chatting with everybody else, correct?
correct.
And at some point when you're in this lockdown cell, Nya Thao shows up in a different lockdown cell, correct?
Yes,
And you were there first, right?
yes,
When you get out of the lockdown cell in August, you then said you went to E block, is that right?
after quarantine, yes,
After quarantine was E block, right?
yes,
And E block, you're no longer locked into a cell, agreed?
correct.
There's cells that you have, correct?
Yes,
And there's cells that other people have, correct?
yes,
But there's a common area in the middle that you can all go in, correct?
Yes.
You certainly have access to other human beings in a way that you didn't before, correct?
yes,
You get to socialize with them, correct?
yes,
You get to talk to them, correct?
yes,
You get to, that's a benefit, agreed?
yes,
But you're also now maybe more vulnerable. If there's an alpha male in that world, you now can't just lock yourself into that cell, right?
yes,
Right? And so you get into E block after quarantine, right?
yes,
And in E block is a man named Cam Ratnasak, correct?
not at first.
He comes into E block, right?
Yes,
You meet him in E block before you talk to Fritz Leinfelder, right?
yes,
You meet him in E block before you talk to Ben in mental health, right?
I talked to Ben in C block too.
So you, at some point in E block, you have contact with Cam Ratnasak, who you know as Black, correct?
Yes,
And certainly within that time in there, you had an opportunity to talk to Black, right?
yes,
And in fact, you told the prosecutor that you did talk to Black, correct? Yes?
yes,
And going back to how one might get information about a case, I would imagine Black is sitting there, he's charged with crimes, correct?
yes,
He might have a copy of his criminal complaint, correct?
possibly, yes,
And another way that you could gain information that you talked about is a person involved might tell you, correct?
yes,
Right? And so if Black was involved and you guys were in the E block where you had an opportunity to socialize, Black could have talked to you about what he knew from the scene or doing himself, correct?
he could have,
He could have, right? That opportunity was there, correct?
yeah,
He certainly had a greater opportunity to give you that information than somebody who was in lockdown and has talked through event, correct?
yes,
You had a lot more chances to do that, right?
right,
You had a lot more chances to hear that, correct?
correct.
When you're in E block and you're talking with other people, you're not having to yell through the vents, are you?
No,
You just talk to another human being like you might out on the street, right?
correct,
You come up to him and you just have a conversation, correct?
correct,
But it also allows you to have perhaps a closer conversation where one could whisper to another person, right?
possibly,
A more confidential setting, correct?
yes,
Because as you said, when you're over here in this space, you can talk to somebody through that window as long as you don't get caught. That's what you said, right?
yes,
Because it's against the rules when you're in quarantine to go up to the window and talk to somebody else, right?
I don't believe so.
Well, you were worried about getting caught.
Yeah.
I would imagine you, like the rest of us, when you worry about getting caught, because you know you're breaking a rule and you don't want that consequence to come upon you, right?
Right,
Yeah. So you didn't want to get caught talking to people through the window, right?
yes,
And you know, basically in all of those cell blocks, there's video cameras all over, right?
yes,
And the jailers are watching you on that video camera, correct?
sometimes, yes,
And they're even recording all of that, correct?
yes,
Because sometimes if violence is done upon one prisoner to another prisoner, they want to have a recording of that, correct?
correct,
So same thing in C block. If you're in C block and you're talking up to somebody through the window, that was something that could be recorded, correct?
yes,
And there'd be a consequence for you, correct?
yes,
So that's that 1 hour you said that you had during the day to go and do that, correct?
yes,
You agree you can't just go and stand and talk to somebody for an hour at that window, right?
you could,
unless you got caught.
Yeah.
Somebody saw you on video,
Yes,
right? And there would be a consequence, correct?
yes, they would tell you to back away from their window.
You're smart enough to know you don't want to get caught doing that, so that's not what you did, correct?
Right.
You didn't stand there and talk to anybody for an hour at that window. Agreed?
Not an hour, no.
What you said is that, I believe you told this to Mr. Leinfelder, is you yelled through a gate, correct?
Yeah,
When you were talking with Nya Thao, which you later told after you'd been in E-Block on August 13th, when you spoke with Mr. Leinfelder, you told him then that you heard what Nya was saying because he was yelling through a gate, correct?
correct.
Right. I think today you called it a vent, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the time in which you say this person told you of these horrible acts that you say he claims he did, correct?
Yes.
He's yelling through the cell block, correct?
Through the door?
Through the door. Okay. And was it just you and him that was in the cell block?
No,
There's lots of other people in that cell block, right?
there was one other person.
Okay. And in fact, you gave that one other person's name to Mr. Leinfelder, right?
Yes.
I'm going to get to that, but he asked for that name, correct?
Who
He
did?
asked for that name to tell you who else was there to hear this, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you told him that name, correct?
Yes.
Because one of the things that you guys were talking about is he wanted to know, can I corroborate what it is you're saying? That's what Mr. Leinfelder wanted to know from you, correct?
Possibly.
Right? I mean, not possibly. He like literally told you that. Like, I need to corroborate this because there might be reasons why you'd be lying.
Yes,
That's what he told you, correct?
Yes.
And so you gave him this other prisoner's name, correct?
yes.
You're not here to say whether that prisoner was able to corroborate anything you said, right?
No.
You don't know, correct?
I don't.
We'll just figure out by the end of the trial whether he can come here and corroborate what you had to say, right?
Objection, relevance, argument.
I believe it's argumentative. I agree there. Sustain on that basis. Try to, go ahead.
So August 1st, we talked about, then you come August, I think it's 5th, you get into E-Block, around there. Sound about right?
Possibly, yes.
And then it's sometime after that on August 13th, when you speak with Mr. Leinfelder, this man right here, correct?
Yes,
In between the time that you got to E-Block until you spoke with the police, you met with a private investigator, correct?
yes,
And the private investigator that you met with was employed by Cam Ratnasak, correct?
yes,
That's Black, correct?
yes,
The man who's in cell block E with you has a private investigator come and talk to you, correct?
tried to talk to me, yes.
And what you know, because you know when people come in and out of E-Block, correct?
Mm,
Everybody knows if someone's in E-Block and they get taken out, there's kind of like, hey, where did Michael go? Why did Michael go away? Or where'd Billy go? Or where'd Dave go? There's talk about that, correct?
there could be,
And so how many people are in the block?
anywhere up to 20, I think.
Okay. So if people are coming and going, the others are talking about it, right?
Could be,
And you're one of those people that was taken out of that block to go talk to Cam Ratnasak's private investigator, correct?
yes,
What you know is Cam didn't just, Cam's private investigator didn't just talk randomly to every person in E-Block, correct?
correct.
Correct? You were one of the chosen ones that that investigator decided to talk to, correct?
Tried to talk to.
Yeah. And so you would agree that there would need to be a reason why that investigator for Cam Ratnasak would come and pick you to speak with you, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, and that reason might be that Cam told his lawyer or the investigator, go talk to Michael Luco, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Not speculation. I'm asking if he's got knowledge that that would be a reason.
A reason why somebody else might do something.
Yeah, sustain.
When you met with the investigator told you, you learned, Cam told me you might have something that will help his case, right?
Objection hearsay.
Sustain.
You had a conversation with Cam's private investigator, correct?
no,
You didn't?
no.
Right? You met with Mr. Leinfelder after you met with the private investigator, correct?
I met with, Mr. Leinfelder.
Yes. You also met with the private investigator, correct?
Yep,
And you told Mr. Leinfelder that you met with a private investigator, correct?
yes,
That's on the recording that you have of the call of the conversation you had with Mr. Leinfelder, right?
yes,
You know that everything you talked to Mr. Leinfelder about is recorded, do you not?
yes,
Okay. And what you told him is, I met with a private investigator, correct?
yes, and I did not talk to them.
Okay. You didn't tell that to Mr. Leinfelder, did you? You said I met with a private investigator.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
After you met with that private investigator, you went back to E-Block.
Yes,
And when you went back to E-Block, Cam Ratnasak, also known as Black, was there in E-Block, correct?
yes,
I would imagine Cam Ratnasak, he's the alpha in that block, correct?
no,
He's just a quiet guy,
yes,
mellow,
yes,
chill.
yes,
That's what you're here to tell the jury about. He's just a chill, mellow, quiet guy.
yes,
When you came back into the cell block to talk to Black, he didn't pull you aside and say, what'd you tell my investigator?
no,
He didn't pull you aside to say, did you tell her what we talked about?
no,
That didn't happen.
no,
If Cam Ratnasak was the alpha in that cell block, and if he's a violent man, under that hypothetical, you would have reason to do that person favors. Agreed?
Objection,
No.
foundation, speculation.
Hypothetical. I can ask people.
You're asking hypothetical. This is a hypothetical. Go ahead.
It is. Under that scenario, you would have a reason to do that violent alpha male in your cell block a favor, right?
no,
You wouldn't.
no,
You wouldn't be worried about your personal security.
no,
Not at all.
no,
you certainly agree that, as you said before, you'll lie to protect yourself, right?
Yes,
And sometimes the protection that you're looking to protect yourself or advance yourself isn't from the government, but it might be from another prisoner, right?
it could be.
Now, I want to talk about August 13th, when you met. You met with, can you just point out who you met with on August 13th? What's he wearing?
A suit?
Tie or no tie?
No tie.
He's the only male at this table?
Yes.
That's the person that you met with to talk to about what you said you heard, correct?
Him and another guy, yes.
And during that first conversation with you, one of the things that he asked you about is, have you had any contact with Black since you've been in jail, right?
Yeah.
He asked you that, correct?
Yes.
And we know, because you said so today under oath, that the answer is yes, correct? And we know the truthful answer is he's in that cell block, you talked to him, right?
Yes.
But what you told him was, we don't really talk, correct?
Correct.
That was a lie, correct?
No,
Just different from what you said today.
no,
And when you said that to Mr. Leinfelder asked a lot of follow-up questions of you, correct?
no, he asked a lot of questions.
You spoke with police before, correct?
No,
In general, in your time in and out of the jail and being charged with crimes, you've spoken with law enforcement. We can agree on that, sir?
yeah,
And you know that there are some times when you make statements to a law enforcement officer that a law enforcement officer gives you the impression that they're skeptical of what you say, correct?
mm, I mean, they're always skeptical.
They're always looking for corroboration, correct?
Yes.
Right? And there were certainly times in this, and corroboration is when they're like, look, do I need to just take your word for it, or is there somebody else that can like corroborate and verify what you're saying, right?
Yes.
That happens a lot in your world, correct?
No,
In the jail world that you used to be involved in back in 2021 and before, right?
it could be yes.
Because in that world, you weren't somebody to be trusted necessarily. The police wanted to corroborate what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he kept asking you, like, I think one of the things he actually even said, did you just get all this from Black to bolster Black's story? He asked you that question, right?
He did.
He was critical of that, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you said, no, I mentioned something to mental health, right?
Yes.
And then he asked, when did you talk to people in mental health, right? You had a conversation about that.
Yes,
And you even told them the person's name in mental health, Ben, correct?
correct.
And then what Mr. Leinfelder told you is, I'm going to want to corroborate what it is you say you told Ben in mental health. He was asking you about that, correct?
Right.
Because what you told Mr. Leinfelder is that you'd previously told Ben from mental health, I'm in with Nya Thao, and Nya Thao confessed to me. That's what you told Leinfelder, you told Ben. Are you tracking that?
No,
On August 13th, you met with Mr. Leinfelder, right?
Right.
And he was looking for corroboration and you told him about Ben, correct?
Right.
Then he asked you, what'd you tell Ben, correct?
correct.
And you're basically, I told Ben the same thing that I told you, meaning Mr. Leinfelder, right?
No.
What did you tell Mr. Leinfelder that you told Ben?
And I am in here with the guy that did the homicides.
What you told Mr. Leinfelder is that you told Ben, I told them, they got me locked in here with a friend of mine who admitted to it.
Correct.
That's what you told Leinfelder that you told Ben, correct?
Correct.
And then what Mr. Leinfelder, you met with Mr. Leinfelder again on August 14th, correct? The next day, you met with him twice.
Yes.
And on the 13th, on that first day, he's like, I'm going to need to go chat with Ben, correct?
Correct.
And part of that is do I have your permission to go talk with Ben? Because these are your private conversations with somebody who's providing you with mental health counseling, right?
Correct.
And you gave him that permission to go do that, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Leinfelder left, correct?
Yes.
When he left on that day, on the 13th, he had two different potential sources to corroborate your story, correct?
Yes.
One is this inmate that you talked about. What's his name?
Peng.
Kane?
Yes.
And two is Ben from mental health, correct? And then three would be, you didn't mention it, but the potential for video evidence showing you at the window where you could have talked, right?
Yes.
Those are three different ways that he could have corroborated your story,
Yes.
because he was seeking to do that.
Yes.
And he came back then on the 14th and spoke with you, and that was again recorded, correct?
Yes.
And one of the first things he said to you, right out of the gate, do you have any idea the seriousness of filing a false police report in a triple homicide case? That's what he told you, correct?
Yes.
Certainly skeptical of what you had told him before, correct?
Yes.
He wanted to impart upon you the seriousness of what it is you were claiming, correct?
Yes.
And another thing that he shared with you is sometimes things have a tendency to come out in the end where somebody is trying to help themselves and get a little consideration. He was telling you about that, correct?
Yes.
And he was talking about what, if any, consideration he or the government could give you, correct?
Possibly.
But you're aware that there might be other benefits other than just help from the government. Sometimes there's a benefit because you get help from a prisoner inside the cell, right?
No,
And when he confronted you and questioned your statements, you told him, I'm scared as hell, correct?
Yeah.
And when you said, I'm scared as hell, that was a time in your life where you were in the same cell block as Black, correct?
yeah,
And then he tells you, you know, I went and talked to Ben, right?
yes,
He told you that, correct?
Yep.
And he told you, Ben takes pretty good notes, correct?
Yep.
And he told you, Ben didn't corroborate what you said, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to hearsay. I'm going to move to strike.
A, he's already answered. B, it goes to his mindset.
It's not being offered for the truth. Well, I'll take that back. A, overruled. Just go ahead, because this is about the interaction between Mr. Leinfelder and the witness. Go ahead.
And have you looked at those notes?
yes.
You shared those notes with the state, correct?
Are you referring to the packet that you have in front of you?
No, I was talking about Ben's notes. Sorry if I confused you. You haven't looked at Ben's notes, have you?
No.
Right. The only person you know that looked at Ben's notes is Mr. Leinfelder, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know whether the state would be obligated to give me Ben's notes, correct?
I have no idea.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Sustain.
And when he told you that Ben doesn't corroborate what you say, he gave you another chance to say, you really want to go forward with this, correct?
Yes,
That's when you said, I'm scared, right?
no,
Because after you had that conversation with Mr. Leinfelder for the second time, you had to go back into the cell with Black, correct?
yeah,
And since that time, you've been released, correct?
yes,
You're a free man right now, correct?
Yes.
But as you said, you're still afraid, correct?
Yes.
And you're still afraid of Black, correct?
no,
You certainly were told about the potential for your being charged with perjury, correct?
yes,
And you're certainly aware that if you say something to the police, even if it's not under oath, you could be charged with a crime like obstructing, correct?
correct,
Mr. Leinfeld made that super clear to you when he spoke with you on the 21st, correct?
Correct.
And then you followed this case in the news, correct?
no,
You haven't followed the case in the news?
no,
This is your first time testifying in this case, correct?
yes,
You weren't called in the first trial. Have
Objection, relevant.
Sustain.
you testified under oath about what you just said today?
Same objection.
Sustain.
I imagine when you followed Mr. Tao's case in the news?
no,
Not at all.
no,
You didn't know anything else about this until you got a subpoena for this trial in 2024.
correct,
So you wouldn't be able to tell us about the feeling of relief that you had when you learned you didn't have to testify before.
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
You agree that you're a different person now, right?
yes,
You've gotten sober, correct?
yes,
And the person you are today might be a lot different than the person who talked to Mr. Leinfelder in 2021, right?
no,
Same person?
Yeah.
Same person willing to lie to protect themselves,
not lie,
to do things to protect yourself, correct? Same motivation.
no,
You would agree that that's a possible motive for somebody in your position to say something wrong would be to protect themselves, right?
right,
That's all.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Luca, you were asked questions, a lot of questions about things you said to Investigator Leinfelder and all of those conversations. One I'd like to start with. Mr. Nelson read you a question that Investigator Leinfelder asked you. I'm going to read it to you again. He asked you, and things like this have a tendency to come out in the end when somebody's trying to help themselves out and get themselves a little consideration. I just want to make sure you fully, do you remember him saying that to you?
Yes.
What was your answer?
I don't remember,
Do you recall telling him, I need no help, no nothing?
yes,
You were asked questions about being scared as hell.
Yes.
You said that in 2021?
Yes.
And I think you referred to yourself now as being scared.
Yes.
Are you scared of Black?
no,
What are you scared of?
snitching,
On that topic, when you're in the jail, what's the quickest way to make yourself a target?
snitching,
Is snitching a way to survive in the jail?
no,
Why is that?
makes your time difficult,
How does it make your time difficult?
you become a target of other inmates,
A target in what way?
violence,
Is snitching a form of currency among inmates?
no,
What's worth a lot in the jail?
canteen,
Canteen like ramen noodles?
Yeah.
Honey buns?
yes,
You're asked about legal documents, criminal complaints, and discovery. Those are lawyer words. Are those necessarily jail inmate words?
no,
Did Chris show you a criminal complaint?
no,
Did Cam Ratnasack show you a criminal complaint?
No.
Did Cam Ratnasack show you discovery?
No.
Did you sit down at a table, spread out paperwork, hunker down with Mr. Ratnasack and get to work trying to figure things out?
No, he didn't talk about his case.
Okay, the name Kane Moss came up. Kane Moss was around when you were in C Block, I believe.
Yes.
Do you have any control over what Kane Moss says or does?
No.
Thank you. Kane Moss, I believe, is CAINMOSS. Do you know Kane Moss to be a snitch?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, he's not?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Certainly being a snitch makes somebody a target, though.
Yes.
Likewise with Ben from mental health. Now, let me just be clear. Ben is a person who works in mental health at the jail.
Yes.
Is he a counselor of sorts?
No.
No? What does he do there?
Yeah, it's basically just talking, giving medication.
Thank you. Do you have any control over Ben?
No.
As you recall, what did you tell Ben about this whole situation?
That they had me in here with the guy who did the homicides.
And was that when you were in C Block or E Block?
C.
C as in Charlie?
Yes.
Judge, could you approach?
That's the end of my questions. I have nothing further on redirect.
You were asked some questions about being a snitch in jail, making you a target. I want to follow up on that, okay?
Okay.
Obviously, the jail's a big place, correct?
Correct.
There's times when it gets smaller and smaller, depending upon where you are in the jail, right?
What do you mean?
Like when you're in E Block, you're not worried about the people in A, B, C, D Block, the other blocks, correct?
You could be, yes.
When you're in E Block, it's all about E Block, correct?
Yes.
And as we talked about before, when you're in a block, sometimes there's one dominant figure, correct?
Correct.
And so there certainly could be scenarios in which doing a favor for the dominant figure, even if it's snitching, that might not get you in trouble in that block. That might help you in that block. Agreed?
No.
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 Doing favors for the dominant alpha male in a block that helps that person manipulate the system, that wouldn't do a prisoner a favor?
No.
That wouldn't help the prisoner with their personal safety?
No, because you're in there with other prisoners.
Sure. And there's a hierarchy, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes one person can dominate everybody else
They could,
through sheer will and or violence,
if need to be.
or threats of violence, correct?
Yeah.
And in that scenario, it might be a good idea for a prisoner to do a favor for that one person, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break this morning. You can go ahead. Yeah. We'll take a break this morning. We're going to come back about 15 after. We do have to talk about something. We'll might take a little bit longer, but my hope is about quarter after. We'll bring you back. Thank you.
Without a medical release form, this would be privileged mental health records,
Right. What I'm trying to
if it existed.
think at the time, at least I was left with the impression from the testimony that Mr. Luco signed a release of information. Is that true or not true?
No,
Okay,
he agreed to sign one if one were presented to him, is my understanding.
okay. So it's maybe that's what he said. I can't remember exact the words he said during the actual testimony for that. Okay.
Judge, and just so my understanding is clear, the report that they just referenced was a report summarizing Mr. Leinfelder's August 13th interview with Mr. Luco, which was the first interview. And then the transcript that I was referring to you was from a second interview that I believe was on the next day, August 14th. Again, I don't know where that plays in. I just wanted to make sure we established the facts correctly.
Yeah, and just so I understand, there were only 2 interviews, right? There was not a third interview.
Correct.
My understanding.
Okay.
One on August 13th, and then he came back the next day and confronted him with this ruse, apparently.
Okay, so this is why I'm hesitating. I'm not sure how the ruse works if he hasn't signed a release of information. If he's never signed a release of information, how then maybe I'm attributing that he would be too knowledgeable about the system of getting notes from a mental health person. But if the ruse is, I got the notes and you didn't say anything about this, but the witness never signed a release of information the day before, why wouldn't he say, well, I never signed a release of information, how would you have the notes?
I think you're ascribing perhaps a level of savviness and intelligence that perhaps Mr. Luco lacks.
That's, I'm just saying that's what I'm hung up on. I agree that Mr. Luco wouldn't know the legal aspects of that, but necessarily, all right. So, all right, now that we've cleared up that there are no notes, there's no release of information.
Those are two different things. There's no release of information, and there's no note. Those are two different things. And what I heard the state say to the court is there are no notes. And so if that's a truthful statement, that's going to be part of my special instruction or a stipulation or whatever we need to do. If that's a truthful, factual statement, then from mental health has no records. That's what I hear when they say there are no notes.
I don't know if they know that mental health has no records or not.
That's what they told, Your Honor, is what I'm saying, is those are two different things.
I think they said that they don't have them.
They said they don't exist.
Well, okay. Do we know if they exist or don't exist? We don't, I'm assuming.
No, I don't hold mental health privileged records for people in the jail. I don't know.
Okay.
I attempted to make contact. At the time of the report, he's not returned my phone call. When he does so, I will have a medical release form ready to be signed by Mr. Luco. Mr. Luco's here. He's been here before. He testified. So for the state to say, we don't do that, I'm like, okay, but you have the opportunity to do it. Luco is here. He was here. They've spoke with him before. They have the opportunity to ask him to sign a release. He's previously given them permission. I will sign that release. And so for them to now just blindly say, we can't get him,
Your Honor,
that's
this is,
not true.
now we're starting to get into a kind of backdoor Schiffer Green type situation. This is inappropriate.
Schiffer's been overruled anyway, so.
Exactly.
So getting back to where we're at, it sounds like it's more of a discovery question that should have been resolved a long time ago in the last 3 years. All right. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this yet. Let me contemplate. If there's a special instruction, we can talk about that. You'll have the weekend to sort of mull over how to put that together. Of course, sure, the more you communicate, the easier these processes go in the court. So let's go ahead and anything other than this issue, is there anything else from the state we need to talk about? May I ask, who's the next witness? Is it?
This should be a quite short witness. This will be Sergeant Michael Valencia.
Anything further from defense other than the subject we just talked about?
Nothing about witness Valencia.
Okay. All right. We'll bring the jury in then. Everybody may be seated. We can talk about the pictures some other time, but I'll let you know who they are. All right, I think we're ready to go. I'm going to call your next witness.
Thank you. At this time, the state calls Michael Valencia.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Michael Valencia. That's Michael. Last name is Valencia. V as in Victor, Alencia.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a lieutenant with the Investigations Division of La Crosse County Sheriff's Department, and I'm also assigned as a task force officer with the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force.
How long have you been with the Cross County Sheriff's Office?
27 years,
How long have you been a lieutenant?
about 2 months.
Before you were a lieutenant, what were you there?
I was an investigative sergeant for about 3 years.
You said you also work with the U.S. Marshals.
Yes.
What was your role there?
My role is a task force officer, and I work with them when we have people that we want to locate and arrest for various felony offenses.
Did you take part in a team that apprehended Nya Thao?
Yes,
Do you recall what day and about what time that was?
it was July 29th of 2021 at about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Where did this occur?
It occurred in the city of Wausau, Wisconsin at 709 Brown Street.
When you were part of this, did you have the opportunity to personally observe this person?
Yes,
Can you walk me through what you did at that location in Wausau?
I was assigned as the initial contact officer to make contact with that residence. I approached the residence and announced that the U.S. Marshals were there at the residence and I needed people to come to the front door.
Was the door opened?
The door to the residence itself was open. There was a stone door or screen door on the outside of the residence that was closed. But the screen was, the stone window was up and it was full screen.
When did you first see Mr. Thao?
When he emerged from the back kitchen area of the residence, which was in direct eyesight from the front door.
Okay. Did you recognize this person right away?
No, I did not.
Why not?
The individual that came out was a male Asian, however, had long hair, which was not the description of Nya at the time. He was known to have no hair.
Okay, and this was an individual with hair?
Yes, it appeared to be.
Okay. Did you later observe Mr. Thao?
Yes, after this individual came out of the residence, I handed him off to other Marshal Service personnel, and in their contact with him, they removed a wig from his head, which I saw being removed, and then I could clearly ascertain that it was Mr. Thao.
Was there any other means that you identified him from?
He did have a tattoo on his arm, which I saw when he passed me. However, being the contact person, I made initial contact and then passed him off to other personnel, and it was my job to continue making announcements at the door to others inside the residence.
Okay, what was the tattoo?
I was a name of Thao, I believe.
Do you know if that's a common or uncommon name?
It's a fairly common name in the Hmong community. However, this, I believe, was unique to him.
Mr. Valencia, I'm showing you what's just been marked as Exhibit 88. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This was the wig that was recovered from Mr. Thao at the scene and then placed into our evidence.
Mr. Valencia, do you have any gloves with you?
I do.
Look at that. Do you need any scissors or anything to open that package? up?
Yes, if there were a pair of scissors, that would be helpful.
Okay. So first, before we get into that, I'll move for the admission of Exhibit 88,
Received?
and I would request permission to publish.
Agreed. No, go ahead.
Sir, could you please open that bag up and take out its contents?
Okay.
Okay, you could hold it up so we can all see that.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Valencia, do you see the individual, Mr. Thao, who is wearing that wig present in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you let us know where he's seated and what he's wearing?
He's seated at the defendant's table wearing a blue long sleeve shirt and a pair of glasses.
I'd ask that the record reflect in-court identification of the defendant.
The record reflect that identification.
Mr. Valencia, when you were in the part of apprehending Mr. Tao, did you also collect any of his personal items at the house in Wausau?
Yes, I did.
What was that item?
There was a backpack, numerous items. One specific item of interest was a notepad that had some writing in it. Sorry. Yes.
No, not at all.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Valencia, first things first, I'm gonna hand a bunch of things to you first. And before I start asking some questions, can the court order hear me when I'm not at the microphone? Fantastic. I handed you, sir, what's been marked as exhibit 89. Can you tell us, do you know what that is?
This is a notebook which has the writings of interest on it. It was identified as having kind of a tie-dyed color on the front.
Okay, that's the one that you just testified about?
Yes.
And you heard the initial 89?
Agreed, received.
Okay, now after that, thank you about not having a microphone. Did you have the opportunity to take photographs of individual pages of the notebook?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Mr. Valencia, I've handed you some pieces of paper that have been marked as exhibits 90 through 95.
Correct.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These were notes that were written on the inside pages of that notebook and contain various writings for mentioning Bridget and some other things in there.
I would move exhibits 90 through 95.
Agreed, received.
Request permission to publish?
Agreed. All right, go ahead.
Okay, if we could bring up exhibit 90 first, please. Okay, this is a page of that notebook.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you, sir, there's writing all throughout the page. Do you see sort of in the middle where it says notes on?
Yes.
If you could start reading from there and go down to the bottom, please read that to us.
It reads notes on Bridget's motive, that is underlined, and then it says dislikes me, nosy, in her way of what I do that led her to target.
Okay, now if we could advance to exhibit 91.
Continue reading.
Yes, please.
Things/actions, her is double underlined. Don't indulge in her. Silent treatment, never gets what she wants. I stand in her way of getting plugged. Quote, why me? Exclamation points, end quote, and that's also double underlined. Easy target, slow and stupid, illiterate, don't know how to explain points of views, blunt, and words mean different things.
Okay, thank you. And then we have, I'm going to go ahead and just advance to exhibit 94. What's that?
This is the outside cover of the notebook, and it has the tie-dyed and markings with the bird on it.
Okay. We don't need to publish the other photographs, but I'll just have you describe. Exhibit 92 is a drawing.
Correct. Exhibit 92 is a drawing. No idea what that is.
Okay. Exhibit 93, just
Words on it, extension, suicide boys, and another word that starts with an SP, and
okay.
You can see some scratching on the paper, but that's it.
Okay. And then exhibit 95 is a phone number.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Tao at the house in Wausau was arrested without incident,
Yes.
and for all intents and purposes, he was cooperative.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Puzzle.
Morning. I want to start with the notebook that you have there in front of you. That's something that was Nia's notebook? It was located with Nia's belongings, yes. It was in a backpack in the place where he was, correct? Correct. And And certainly you've read the content within that notebook, right? You just read to us what
Yes.
was up there, right?
Correct.
And you're an officer of the law, correct?
Correct.
It seems to be connected to something that Nia wrote down, correct? In context, agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. And let's talk about some of the things that he wrote down, okay?
Okay.
One of the things he wrote down is, well, on that first page, you said he was essentially talking about Bridget, is that right?
Correct.
And you took, through your deduction as an investigator, that that's in reference to Bridget Schlicht, correct?
Yes.
And in reference to Bridget Schlicht, what he says is, I stand in her way of getting plugged, right? On Exhibit 91.
Yes.
And you know, as somebody who's been involved in law enforcement, that the term getting plugged is on the street another term for getting shot, correct?
Yes.
And or maybe even killed, correct?
Correct.
So a street interpretation of that is that Nia is saying he stood in the way and stopped her from getting shot.
That could be one explanation, yes.
Those are the words that are written in,
Mhm.
right? And then just under that, Nia essentially asks this rhetorical question, perhaps, why me, right?
Yes.
And then underneath that, the writings, there's some suggestions of why me, right?
That could be yes.
You took the why me to be like, essentially, he's asking in this notebook, maybe to himself, why am I being accused of this, right?
That could be.
Certainly, right? And underneath that, he lists some reasons why they might be accusing him, correct?
I don't know what his motivation is for writing it.
Sure, you don't know.
No.
But we know that he wrote these things down, correct?
Correct.
You've certainly heard of the term patsy before, correct?
Yes.
What's a patsy?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. What's the relevance of this? And also, what's his basis of knowledge?
Well, we can get into his basis of knowledge.
Well, yeah, I'm going to sustain, just talk about what, go ahead. I'm sustaining the objection.
The words that he wrote under why me is the term easy target, is that right?
Correct.
Similar to the term patsy, correct?
I don't know that. I don't know that would say that.
In answer to the questions that Nia writes down as to why he's being accused, one of the things he puts down is slow and stupid. He's talking about himself, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
He writes down the words slow and stupid, correct?
He does.
He writes down the words slow and stupid after he asks the question, why me, correct?
I don't see that actually as a question. It's a statement. It's got an exclamation point behind it, not a question mark.
Can you think of any sentence in the English language that starts with the word why that does not end in a question?
Objection, relevance, argument.
Sustain.
You agree that somebody who's slow and stupid may not use appropriate punctuation?
I don't know that.
What you know is in quotes are the two words next to each other, why me, correct?
With the exclamation point behind, 2 exclamation points behind.
I get me. And that's your whole theory is because there's an exclamation point, that's clearly not a question. That's what your theory is, sir?
Objection, theory, argument, relevance.
Sustain.
After the words why me, underneath that are written the words slow and stupid, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Well, he didn't answer it because it was sustained when I previously answered it.
No, he answered that the words were slow and stupid were on the sheet when you asked. Go ahead.
Can we just, maybe, can I pass around exhibit number 91?
I think 91 was, yeah, I mean, pass around. It was published before. We can put it back up as published.
I just don't have the capability to do that. So my old school is if the state wants to publish it, I have no problem. Otherwise, I give it to a bailiff, whichever your honor prefers.
If you want to go ahead and publish it, I think they're willing to do that. Go ahead.
Great. All right. One of the words underneath why me is illiterate, correct?
Yes.
And then the next sentence is don't know how to explain points, ampersand, views, correct?
Yes.
And it says blunt and words mean different things, correct?
Correct.
What I hear you say is essentially you're not here to interpret what those words mean, correct?
Can you repeat that?
What I understand you to be telling us is you're not here to interpret what those words mean, correct? The words on exhibit number 91, the meaning of those words, you're not here to interpret or tell us or explain anything. You're just saying these words were on this paper, right?
These words, at the time that this evidence was located, it was relevant to this investigation and what had taken place.
Yeah. And my question to you, sir, is you're not here to interpret the meaning of those words, correct?
I think that would be correct. I'm not assigning necessarily any interpretation to them. They did have relevance with respect to this investigation.
You would agree, even though you can't tell the exact meaning, that there's many different ways to interpret those words on that piece of paper, right?
I would say that could be accurate.
That is accurate, not could be accurate.
Yes, no, right. It could, yes, it's accurate. That's an accurate statement.
Want to ask you some more questions about Nya Thao. That's how you pronounce his name, right?
I think that's a common pronunciation, yes.
You're familiar with that, working with the Hmong community, correct?
Yes.
All right. You testified today about the wig that we saw, right?
Yes.
And you and I chatted before about a year ago, is that right?
Objection, Relevance, why are we talking about chatting a year ago?
Want me to approach and explain it, or
It's impeachment?
Overruled, go ahead.
I asked you questions about a wig before, correct?
Yes,
And when I asked you questions about the wig before, at that time, you didn't have a wig or the pictures when you testified, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Going to be relevant. Can I come up with?
Overruled, go ahead.
Agreed.
agreed.
I also asked you some questions about your knowledge about how long Nia may have been in that home in Wausau, correct?
Correct,
You're a lieutenant in the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department, correct?
correct,
You have access to this case file, correct?
correct,
I would imagine you reviewed some parts of the case file in preparation for your testimony, correct?
correct.
In fact, part of that review was probably looking at all the exhibits that you had entered into, correct?
Yes,
Part of that review was probably reading a copy of the transcripts of the questions I asked you before, right?
yes,
And what you know as you sit here now is when you were here before, I'd asked you questions about, you're aware that there's a video recording of Mr. Thao speaking with the police in that same house from 12 hours before. I asked you that question, correct?
yes,
I'm going to object as to relevance. This is where we're going is going to be outside of his knowledge.
Going to cross-examine him on his lack of knowledge of certain things.
Overruled, go ahead.
Now, I asked you those questions a year ago. You said you didn't know about that videotape, correct?
that is correct.
Since that time, almost 400 days have passed, correct?
Yes,
And during those 400 days, you've worked in the La Crosse County Sheriff's Department, right?
yes,
You've had access to this file, correct?
yes,
You had every opportunity to go back and look at that video that I told you about 400 days ago, right?
yes,
In those 400 days, did you go and look at that video that I told you about?
yes,
There's a video that shows 12 hours before, Nya Thao was in that same house, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is a backdoor way of getting evidence in through a witness that doesn't actually have any knowledge, any basis of knowledge. Anybody can go and watch a video at any time they want. That doesn't mean that this witness can testify about it.
Much approach.
You watched that video.
yes,
What you learned from watching that video is about 12 hours before, another law enforcement officer had come to that same residence and Nya Thao had contact with that law enforcement officer, correct?
that would be, I don't think that that person had contact with Nya Thao as you say that he had contact with Nya Thao, or that person had contact.
Let's break this down, sir. You watched the video, right?
Yes,
The video was from a law enforcement officer, correct?
correct,
And the video was from a law enforcement officer at the same house that you were at 12 hours later, correct?
that is correct,
That law enforcement officer knocked on the door, correct?
correct,
That law enforcement officer had contact with another human being, right?
that is correct.
And that human being that law enforcement officer had contact with is Nya Thao, correct?
The individual or the officer made contact with an individual who was Nya Thao, but was not identified as Nya Thao at the time.
And I understand what you want to add to my question, sir, is, again, you and me. Person that the law enforcement officer had contact with, Nya Thao, right? That was him. He was there 12 hours before,
Correct, he was wearing this, what appeared to be the same wig.
right?
Yeah, but he did not identify himself at that time. He did not identify himself as Nya Thao. The officer would have no idea who he was.
Those weren't my questions, were they, sir?
But that's the answers you gave. Move on, please. Go ahead.
The officer did not ask Nya Thao who he was, correct?
Correct, the officer was asking for someone else.
Correct. And Nya Thao did not claim to be that someone else, correct?
Correct.
Right.
I believe that the
Right.
person was a female, not a male, so
He did not claim to be anybody that he wasn't. You agree with that?
the only word that he said was no, that I heard.
The only question that he was asked, he answered truthfully, correct?
Correct,
Then 12 hours later, you came to that same door, right?
correct,
You knocked on that door, right?
correct.
And Mr. Thao came to the door, correct?
After a short period of time, after knocking, yes, he did.
It was 2 a.m. in the morning, correct?
Correct,
In a short period of time, we're talking about less than a minute, right?
correct, that would be accurate.
And after knocking on the door at 2 a.m. and him showing up a short period of time later, he interacted with you, correct?
Correct,
Cooperated, correct?
Yes.
Answered questions, correct?
He didn't answer any question. I didn't ask him any questions, so.
Okay. He cooperated, did what you asked, even though you didn't verbally.
He did what others asked, yes.
You saw other people asking questions.
Yes,
You saw other people give him commands.
yes,
And he responded appropriately, correct?
yes,
And when you made observations of him, he was wearing a tank top, is that right?
correct.
And you were able to clearly see on his left arm a tattoo, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the tattoo on his left arm said Tao, correct?
Yes,
Thao, correct?
correct.
That was tattooed onto his skin on his left arm, correct?
Yes.
The man you were looking for is named Tao, correct?
Nya Thao, yes.
And the man that came to the door visually did not hide in any way his name, which was tattooed on his shoulder, right?
I don't know about hiding it. He came from the back of the residence. He was observed.
I'm asking about him in any way concealing this tattoo. You would agree with me that there was nothing that that person did to conceal or hide their name, which was tattooed on their left shoulder. Agreed?
Correct. Yes,
Great. You would agree that if someone were trying to hide from the defense or from the police or deceive the police, that you'd have to be pretty.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to argument. I know where this is going. I'm going to object.
Can I finish the? Well, okay. Can I ask the question, sir?
Go ahead.
You would agree if somebody was trying to hide their identity, they'd have to be pretty slow and stupid to walk to the front door, have their name displayed on their arm without trying to conceal it, correct?
That's argumentative. I agree. Sustained.
That's all.
Redirect?
Mr. Valencia, how many Taos live in Wisconsin?
I have no idea. Many.
Thank you. This video that you watched it in the last, I think council said 400 days.
Correct.
You hadn't watched it before those 400 days.
No,
You weren't a part of that, were you?
I was not.
Okay. You watched it because you were curious.
I watched it because it was honestly was something that the defense had brought up prior that I was not aware of, and becoming more. My job at that time was as a task force officer with the U.S. Marshal Service to find and locate Nya Thao, to take him into custody. But then secondarily, after the fact, to gather any evidence that we could. And I was not at that point. I was not investigating anything, so knowledge of that video was not in my purview.
You watched that video since, testified about watching a video that you weren't part of. That officer who knocked on that door, did that officer identify him or herself as a member of the Marshal's task force?
On the video that I watched,
Correct.
they did not.
Was that officer looking for Nya Thao?
No, they were looking for a female by the name of Renee, I believe.
Okay. You were looking for Nya Thao.
Correct.
But on that video, this individual did not identify himself, I think you testified,
He did not.
and that individual was wearing a wig.
Correct. And a baseball hat.
And, okay. In your work with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office as, well, what are all of the, you know what, that's really broad. In your time at the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office, have you ever been a part of drug investigations?
Yes.
Are you aware of meth as a drug?
Meth?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you aware of language used to talk about meth and meth use?
Yes.
In terms of language used to talk about meth and meth use, what's a plug?
A plug is somebody who will provide drugs or narcotics to another person.
Okay. In terms of meth use, in your job at the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office, what does getting plugged mean?
Now that means like you get your drugs refilled, so to speak, when it comes to that.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Any recross?
Just want to make sure I understand. So the term getting plugged could mean getting shot, right?
We could.
And the term getting plugged could mean getting high, correct?
Getting high in and of itself, I don't believe so. I think it could mean getting the drugs refilled, yes.
So it could mean getting shot or it could mean getting my drug refilled. Agreed?
Yeah.
Those are both, based on those words, you would agree that that's a reasonable interpretation of those words, correct?
Correct.
Could be either one, correct?
Correct.
You can't rule out which one it means, correct?
When it,
You can't rule out
I
which
would say,
one.
I would say I could not rule that out.
Great, thank you.
Any other redirect?
Oh, thank you, Judge.
May I step down? You put the wig back. You can take your gloves off. Put the wig back in the.
Your Honor, while Mr. Valencia is taking care of that, I think we might want to excuse the jury for a couple of minutes. Our next witness requires some logistics.
Okay.
You need to do something else.
Actually,
Thank you. Yep, I will take care of that one. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm not sure how long this will take. It may lead into lunch, but I'm hopefully not. We'll take a few-minute break here, and we'll see you right after that break.
Stipulation to 5 convictions. There have been additional convictions. Since it appears the state is proposing, and I apologize, Judge, he's on page 2 of 3 on this document. The state is proposing that we go with 7 convictions. However, we don't have a stipulation.
Judge Document 101 says he's been convicted of a crime 12 times. That's factually accurate. Any reason why we should do anything other than what the true and accurate facts are, that he's been convicted of a crime 12 times.
I don't see any reason to really change that. Has there been 2 more convictions since?
Correct, Judge.
The two are part of the 12.
That is correct.
And I see what I didn't, I excluded the convictions from 2005, 2004, there were 2, 3, and then 2009. I think that's still appropriate, so we'll just say 7 times. If he does testify, is a heavy convicted crime, yes, 7 times.
And Your Honor, I'm going to need to communicate that to him before he testifies.
Yeah, that's fine. Is he on his way out?
Sounds like he's up here in a room.
Oh, well, then bring him in. Yeah, bring him in.
Can I go to the bathroom while we're doing that quick?
Yes, why don't you go ahead. Just make sure they don't see him. Are we ready to bring the jury back in from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Nelson? Okay, let's bring the jury in. Everybody may be seated. Actually, if you could rise and raise your right hand, we have to swear you in. Best you can.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Have a seat.
Hello.
Getting close to the mic too. That thing. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah, you can pull it back if you want to. Go ahead.
Mr. Vang, can you see me okay?
yes.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Michael Vang, Michael
And Mr. Vang, do you go by a nickname?
Vang.
Can you spell that for me?
V-A-N.
And Mr. Vang, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes,
How many times?
7.
Mr. Vang, I see, sir, that you are wearing a orange jail uniform today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you currently incarcerated?
Yes,
And in what facility?
Lino Lake, Minnesota.
Mr. Peng, did you know Nemo Yang?
Yes,
How long had you known Nemo?
since he was a kid.
And how old are you, Mr. Peng?
39, 40.
Getting hard to keep track.
Yeah,
Did you also know Peng Lore?
no,
Have you ever met Peng Lore?
yes,
Would that have been around the time of July 2021?
correct.
What about Trevor Maloney?
No, at the same time.
Okay, you met him in July of 2021 as well?
Right.
What about Bridget Schlitt?
No, same time.
You met her at the same time?
Correct.
Do you know Nya Thao?
Yeah,
And how long have you known Mr. Tao?
a long time.
Over 5 years?
Right.
Over 10 years?
Probably.
About how old do you think you were when you met Mr. Tao?
I think probably 21, 22.
So over 15 years, probably.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Did you call him Nya?
No,
What did you call him?
I'm Kush.
And in the period of time that you've known Kush, have you ever seen him wear a wig?
A wig?
Yes.
No.
Were you and Kush communicating in July of 2021?
Yeah, sure.
How were the two of you communicating?
Facebook.
Were that calls and messages through Facebook?
Yeah.
And during that period of time, did you become acquainted with someone named Black?
No, I don't know him.
Did you have any information about someone named Black?
No, not really. I don't know what you're like stating.
Did you know someone named Black who was associating with Kush?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Were you aware of a dispute in July of 2021 that Nemo was having with someone?
Yeah, I think you remember it.
And who was that dispute with?
It was over some money. That was really it. It's been a long time. I told you that the other day.
Did that dispute involve Kush?
Yeah.
Did it involve Black?
I don't know.
At that point in time, was Kush hanging out by himself?
Sure. I mean, I never hung out with him, so I can tell you.
At some point in time, did you have phone communication about a debt that Nemo owed someone?
Yeah.
And who did you have that phone communication with?
I had, as I said, I had it through Facebook. I'm not even gonna pinpoint who I was talking to. I mean, but I had it through Facebook, and I told him I'll pay for it.
And whose Facebook account do you have that communication with?
It was Kush.
And that was the account you typically use to communicate with Kush?
Right.
But you can't say for certain if it was Kush you were talking to.
Yeah.
Did it sound like Kush?
So I don't know. I was high, so I'm not even gonna like. As I think about it, I can't just distinguish one voice to another.
You were using meth in July of 2021?
Right.
And you offered to pay Nemo's debt?
Correct.
Did you pay Nemo's debt?
No.
Why not?
I was told that it's not my debt.
Did they tell you anything else about that?
They wanted him. It's really it. I can't. Like I said, I'm not gonna go into detail because I don't remember it. Everything else would be a lie. So.
When you say they wanted him, who's him?
Nemo. I mean, I get it. You know, I went to prison for the same thing. You know, so.
You didn't go to prison for something related to this case?
No, not this case.
Okay.
Case before that.
Why did you offer to pay Nemo's debt?
I mean, he hung out with me. You know, he grew up with me. So yeah.
You took care of Nemo?
I didn't really take care of him like that. I babysat him a little bit when I was young.
Did you do the same for Peng a little bit?
Yeah.
Tried to get him a ride to Appleton so we could see his PO?
Yeah, I was gonna buy him a car that morning so he could get out there.
Are you aware around the time of July 22nd, 2021, where Kush was living?
No.
What about Nemo?
He was kind of passed out. He lived on the street, so
Would he stay in hotels?
yeah.
Would Kush stay in hotels?
I don't know.
What about Peng?
Peng was with Nemo.
On July 22nd of 2021, were you with Peng, Trevor, and Nemo that day?
Yes.
Was Bridget also with you?
Yeah.
Why were Nemo and Peng hanging around you that day?
They've been hanging out with me for like a week. So.
Did you observe anything different about them?
Not really.
I mean, like I said, it was high, so I didn't-
Were they trying to stay away from anybody?
they were, but I mean, if I owe somebody, I would too, you know, so,
So they were trying to stay away from someone they hosed?
yeah, I think they must owe a few people anyway, so I can't,
Is one of those people Kush?
on the people's curse.
At some point, Mr. Vang, did you discuss your contact with Nya Thao in July of 2021 with investigator Fritz Leinfelder?
Yes,
And did you provide Mr. Leinfelder with some communication between you and Mr. Thao?
right,
Mr. Vang, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Exhibit 70. Can you just take a minute and look through that for me, please? Are you finished?
yes,
What is the document you have in front of you?
it's a text message between me and, yeah,
And are these messages and communication records that span late in the night of July 22nd into the early morning hours of July 23rd?
right,
And Your Honor, I believe you have no objection to the admission and publication of Exhibit 70.
Once they lay the proper foundation. I'm not trying to,
Oh, that's okay. Are the records you just reviewed true and accurate as to the communication that you and Mr. Thao had during this, or the communication you had with Mr. Tao's Facebook account during this period of time?
yeah, if it came out on our Facebook, like we can say, I don't recall that night much, so,
And you did provide these records or communication records to Mr. Leinfelder back in July of 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would move then for the admission and publication of Exhibit 70.
agreed.
Be received.
Mr. Vang, before we go through the messages, do you remember where Nemo and Peng were in the late evening hours of July 22nd?
when they were with me here, or,
Were they with you at 10 o'clock on July 22nd?
I don't remember.
Do you remember them going anywhere with Bridget?
Yeah, they went to the south side, they wanted to go south side,
So at about 10 p.m. that night, you thought they were on the south side?
yeah,
That's the south side of La Crosse?
across,
And if we can advance to the next page. At 10:42, Mr. Vang, did you send a message to Mr. Thao saying, "Tub, some of us talk, you can have them"?
yeah,
And I see that that last word is RHEM, correct?
right,
You text fast and furious like I do and make typos sometimes?
correct.
And what did you mean by that, Mr. Vang?
That you can have them,
Who's them?
the two kids,
Who are the two kids?
Nemo and Peng,
And what did you mean by you can have them?
you want to talk to them?
You can see them?
Huh?
You were saying you can see them?
Yeah,
And Mr. Thao responds at 11:10, them, who them? And then again, a few seconds later says, I know, ... because he is snitch, ... Lil, is that correct?
correct.
And how did you then respond to Mr. Thao at 11:15? How did you respond to him?
Him and his guy,
And did he ask you who his guy?
yeah,
And what did you say?
the little guy with them,
And then he asked you where, correct?
yeah,
And your response was, dude, when you call about that, they made them leave, bro, correct?
right.
What did you mean by that?
People didn't want to get involved, so,
Who was the they and they made them leave, bro?
some people,
Okay. Where were you when you were sending these messages to Mr. Thao?
at the hotel,
Do you remember what hotel?
no,
Was it a hotel in the La Crosse area?
yes,
Do you know approximately where in the lacrosse area?
By the mall.
And then we can go to the next page. At 1:32 a.m., Mr. Thao says, "Let's talk." OMW. Does OMW mean on my way?
Right.
He says, "See you soon." What room? Question mark. Correct?
Right.
And did you tell him what room you were in?
No.
Did he then text, "Hey, we talk"?
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of conversation between the two of you again?
Right.
And he asks you for your room number?
Yeah.
Why didn't you give him your room number?
I had other shit going on too, because I really didn't want nothing to do with this.
You wanted him to stay away from you?
Right.
Then at 1:41 a.m., if we can proceed to the next page, please. You tell Nya on some real shit, dog, they ain't here and we don't want to do anything to do with them. Is that correct?
Right.
And what did you mean by that, Mr. Peng?
We didn't want to do with that situation with the money because I can try to pay, and then there's two sides to the story. So
You're saying, yeah, you can go talk to him, but I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
And then at 1:50 a.m., Mr. Thao says, "Yeah, I know, not about that, but about this." And then the next message is, "Because it's been long." Correct?
Correct.
And he tells you at 1:52 a.m., "No drama."
Correct.
Looks like he tried to tell you after that, "Promise." And then at 1:52 a.m. again, he sent you a message saying "room?" question mark. Correct?
Correct.
If we can proceed to the next page, please. Mr. Peng, did you give Push a room number?
No.
Why not?
I assume they're just looking for the two kids. Don't want no drama there.
Okay. You didn't,
I'm not even supposed to be in Wisconsin at that time, so I, calculate I'm going back to prison. So
you don't want to be involved in anything.
yeah.
Did you believe him when he said no drama?
Objection, objection,
Overruled what he believed.
objection. It calls for Hazeltine, irrelevant.
All right, sustain. Go ahead.
So after he said no drama and said promise, you still didn't give him your room number, right?
Right.
At 1:52 a.m., in fact, you texted, "How do we know?" And then the next message, "I mean, we ain't want shit." Correct?
Right.
You were still concerned about drama, correct?
Right.
And he said at 1:53 a.m., "You, my brother," correct?
Right.
And then right. Is that correct?
Right.
Mr. Vang, do you remember making a phone call to Bridget at 1:53 a.m.?
No.
Is there a lot going on that night?
Yeah.
Do you remember asking Bridget to take 2 balls from Nemo?
I might have.
Why?
I think he was sleeping.
Nemo was sleeping?
Yeah.
So why was that a concern?
Because he wasn't gonna come back.
Was it gonna come back to you?
Yeah, we was gonna dip out. So if he wasn't gonna come back, bring my shit back.
Those are your balls? Those are your balls?
Right.
You were protecting them?
Sure.
We can go to the next page, please. At 1:54 a.m., Mr. Vang, did you get a message that said, "Hold up, ... have to chase this"? Again, I'm gonna bitch down, ... Supposed to have been with Nemo. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And how did you respond to that?
Yeah. Do y'all?
And did you send him another message at 1:57 a.m.?
Yes.
And is that message in a language other than English?
Right.
What is it in?
Hmong.
And what does it mean in Hmong?
It means ask your white girl.
And who's the white girl you're referring to?
Bridget.
Why did you want him to ask the white girl?
Supposedly they know what Bridget, so
Okay. And you knew that Nemo was with Bridget?
Right.
Where did you think they were at this point in time?
so still in the south side.
On the south side? Did you get a message from Mr. Thao at 2:05 a.m. that said, "Peng here with both"?
Right.
Mr. Vang, did you get a call from Nya Thao at 2:08 a.m.?
208.
Oh, I apologize. Did you call Mr. Thao at 2:08 a.m.?
Correct.
Do you remember what you spoke to him about?
No.
Mr. Vang, do you remember a phone call with Bridget at 2:41 a.m.?
No. I remember the call. I can't distinctly remember what we talked about, so
Where were you at 2:41 a.m.?
I don't know.
Where were you living at the time?
Rapids.
And that's in Minnesota?
Right.
Do you remember when you headed back to your home?
On that morning.
When you say morning, do you mean before 8 a.m. or after 8 a.m.?
Before.
eventually, did you hear about what happened to Nemo, Peng, and Trevor?
Yeah, I think it was, if I remember right, it was like on the way home. My mom called crying.
What's Nemo's mom's name?
Ah,
And eventually, Mr. Vang, did you contact the police to discuss this with them?
correct,
You talked to Investigator Leinfelder on July 24th?
right.
And why did you call the police?
I was asked by Nemo's mom, and I was also asked, I was actually told by Goofy them to get it off their back.
Who's Goofy?
One of my,
One of your friends?
right,
Had you known Pa a long time?
yeah, I know Pop for a long time,
You want to do her a favor?
right.
Are you the type of individual who usually talks to police any chance you get?
No,
Were you reluctant to do that?
yes,
But you thought this was important information you had?
it was, yeah, I mean, I did Pop, so,
You were one of the last people to have a conversation regarding Nemo, Peng, and Trevor, correct?
Yeah.
And you'd been with him that day?
Correct.
And you knew that someone was looking for him?
Correct.
And that person was communicating with you through Nya Thao's Facebook, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross, yes, please. Mr. Vang, I want to ask you some questions about 2021, okay?
Right.
That was a long time ago, right?
right,
Hard for you to remember things as you sit here today, right?
Right.
I would imagine a lot of things have happened in your life, it looks like, since July of 2021. Fair to say?
Yep.
That what happened in July of 2021 isn't top of mind for you right now, correct?
Correct.
Not something that's easily remembered for you, right?
Right.
You would agree, back in 2021, you were occasionally using drugs.
True.
You were using meth.
yes,
Other drugs as well?
No.
You're getting high.
yes,
And again, I appreciate that that was 3 years ago and that's a different time perhaps, but during this time period, we're talking about July of 2021. If you were up, you were high. Fair to say?
Sure.
Is that pretty accurate?
yes,
After you learned about what happened at the quarry, you eventually contacted the police, right?
yes,
And as you said, you did that as a favor to Nemo's mom, Pa, right?
yes,
You know her, correct?
yes,
She's involved in the world that you're involved in, correct?
yes,
And it was important for you, she's a powerful person in that world.
no,
It was important for you to do her a favor, correct?
yes,
And you considered going to the police a favor for her, right?
yes,
So then you reached out and you eventually spoke with a police officer by the name of Fritz Leinfelder, correct?
yes,
You recognize this man here to my left as Fritz Leinfelder?
yes,
You spoke with him?
yes,
And it was all recorded, do you know that?
yes,
Okay, if you had a chance to listen to those recordings or read the transcripts ever?
no,
You would agree that your memory of July of 2021 was probably better at the end of July of 2021 than it is now over 3 years later, right?
yes,
And you would agree that the accuracy of any facts that you have to report it's more accurate what you told the police back in 2021 than anything you've said today, right?
yes,
You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
Sounds like maybe through some of the things that you said, you're like, but maybe hedging or you're not sure of some of the testimony that you've given, right?
yes,
Kind of foggy, right?
yes,
And the better idea would be what you said in those recordings, correct?
yes,
All right. So I want to ask you about what you told the police about this debt, okay?
Yeah.
And I'm talking about a debt that Nemo owed somebody, right?
Okay.
You would agree that what you told the police in 2021 was that you had knowledge that your friend Nemo owed a person named Black, or what I think you called Blackie, money, right?
yes,
That's what you told the police in 2021, correct? You never mentioned anything to the police in 2021 that the debt that Nemo had was with Nya Thao. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right. And so just to make sure, your testimony is the debt was between Nemo Yang and Black, who you've now learned is Cam Ratnasak, right?
yeah, I still don't know,
Okay, but the debt was between Nemo and Black, correct?
yes,
You once spoke with this person claiming to be Black, correct?
I think so,
You, again, if we go back to the recording of what you told Mr. Leinfelder, is you told him that you were on a call once and you thought it was Black,
okay,
right?
sure,
And what you had said is that you were speaking with somebody verbally on a through the Facebook Messenger app that allows you to make what we typically think of as phone calls, right?
yes,
So you were using your words into not typed words, but vocal words, right?
Yeah, yes,
And then you heard somebody else speaking on through the phone, through this app, correct?
Right.
And the person that you were speaking to was not Nya Thao, correct?
sure,
Well, that's what you told the police when you spoke with them in 2021, agreed?
fine. I don't remember, so if I don't remember, I don't remember.
Okay, and I'm trying to just see what you told them, right?
Sure,
You've known Nya Thao for 15 years, correct?
right,
And what you told the police is you recognize his voice, correct?
sure, yes,
And when you had that phone call with this person, you knew it wasn't Nya Thao because you recognized the voice as not being Nya Thao, correct?
Sure.
And what you told the police was that the person on the other line who didn't sound like Nya Thao used the name Black when they were speaking with you, correct?
okay, yeah,
And then you're speaking with this person, and that person is using the Facebook Messenger that makes it appear as if it's a call coming from Nya Thao, right?
sure,
But it's not actually from Nya Thao, it's just somebody else using that person's identity through the app, right?
Okay.
And then when you spoke with that person, Black, you were trying to de-escalate this debt, right?
yeah,
Yes?
Sure.
Because you offered to pay it, right?
Right.
Because you'd come into some money recently, correct?
Right.
And you were wanting to take care of some different people in different ways, correct?
Right.
And the money you came into, again, is there was a personal injury lawsuit or something that there was a life-changing amount of money that you'd received right around that, correct?
Right.
And you'd been talking to Nya about maybe helping him out in his situation, correct?
Right.
Because he was homeless and carless at the time, right?
Yep.
And you were talking about maybe helping him because you'd come into these significant funds, right?
Right.
You were also willing to pay some smaller debts for somebody like Nemo Yang, who you knew through his mother, correct?
Right.
And so you called, or you took this call from a person claiming to be Black, and you're like, it's $600, I'll pay it, right?
Right.
That's what you said, correct?
Right.
You thought it'd be just simple, let's do that, correct?
Right.
And then this other person who said they were Black, when you offered to pay it, that person, not Nya Thao, but Black, they said, I don't want your money, I want his life, correct?
sure, yeah.
That's what you told the police that Black said to you.
I said, that's what I said. I don't know what I said. I've told you that plenty of times.
Sure.
It's been a long time.
I get it. Can we presume that you said it because it's the truth?
Sure,
I mean, are you somebody that would,
it's in there, it's in there. I mean, I don't know why you keep coming back to the same question when if it's already in there, it's in there. Just keep saying it.
what I'm trying to, and I understand that sometimes I'm repetitive, Mr. Vang, and I'm just trying to make sure that I understand it correctly. So if you could bear with me. I want to make sure when you say things like, I guess that's what I said, I'm trying to confirm, if you said that, did you say it because it would have been true?
Sure, whatever I said at the time, I believe it's true. So
Okay,
you can-
I just want to make clear, you're not somebody that would just make stuff up like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so Black said to you he wanted Nemo's life, correct?
Sure.
And when you heard that, I imagine you were somewhat surprised, correct?
Yeah.
And even when you heard that, you thought that that was street talk, correct?
Sure, yeah,
You thought that that was exaggeration, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't think that this Black, who at that point you didn't know was actually going to kill Nemo, did you?
no,
You thought that Black was going to, as I think you said before, give him a beatdown. Is that right?
Right.
Because there's a debt between these two people, and in your experience, when there's a debt to be paid, sometimes it's done through fists, right?
yes,
Through some sort of physical violence, right?
Right.
And so when you had said in these texts that you were willing to say, look, you guys sorted out, here's Nemo, right?
Yeah.
You were like, I don't want anything to do with this, correct?
Right.
And at that time, you didn't think it was that Black was gonna shoot him, did you?
I think nobody's gonna shoot him.
Yeah, you didn't think that that's what's gonna happen, right?
Right.
Had you done that, you'd have taken different action. Agreed?
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not really tied into it, so
You're kind of this ain't my problem. There's all kinds of problems in the world. You're just gonna worry about your own little circle.
Right.
Okay. So. Okay. The texts between you and that we showed up on the screen, there were some messages, I call them texts, but they may have been through a different application, but you called Nya Thao bro, is that right?
Right.
And then at one time, Nya Thao called you brother. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Is that, you're not actually his biological brother, are you?
No.
There's no blood familial relationship, you agree?
Right.
All right. Nevertheless, sometimes you use terms like bro or brother to identify sometimes an acquaintance, sometimes a friend, sometimes a close friend, correct?
Right.
Just kind of like a general term, correct?
Right.
A little more formal than dude, but kind of like that, right?
Right.
And that's the same thing. You've been called brother by lots of people that you're not even close with, right?
Right.
That's just how it happens in that world, right?
Right.
When you talked to the police in July of 2022, you said you called them because of Pa, Nemo's mom, right?
Right.
And one of the things that you told the police at that time is, if you don't get him, we're going to get him, correct?
Right.
And that was referring to Black, correct?
correct.
That's all.
Any redirect?
Mr. Vang, when you said the term them, when it was referenced in Attorney Nelson's last question, did you mean just Black? Or did you mean the people responsible for killing Nemo, Peng, and Trevor?
People that are responsible.
Did that include just Black?
Objection, lack of foundation. He wasn't there.
From your perspective, did that include just Black?
No,
That's why I use the term them.
correct.
In your messages with Mr. Tao, you indicated that you sent a few in Hmong, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak Hmong with Mr. Tao?
I do speak Hmong.
Sometimes you would
Right.
communicate with him in Hmong?
Yeah.
Did you ever communicate with Black in Hmong?
No,
The debt that Nemo had was with Black. That's your testimony, correct?
yes,
And Black and Nya Thao were together the night that they were looking for Nemo, correct?
sure,
You thought it was going to be a beatdown, correct?
correct.
You weren't in the car with Black and Nya that night, correct?
It was what?
You weren't in the car with Black and Nya that night, correct?
Correct.
Black wasn't using your Facebook account to communicate with anybody, correct?
Right.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Request?
Yes. You were asking questions about your perspective regarding maybe who was responsible. Remember that?
Yep.
And you weren't there, correct?
Correct.
All you know would be essentially hearsay evidence, correct?
Right.
And you certainly understand that, what, for lack of a better term, what you were talking about is maybe street justice, right?
Yes,
Sometimes that's a thing that happens, correct?
yes,
That's different than perhaps due process system by our government, right?
Objection, relevance.
You started asking.
Yeah, overruled, go ahead.
You agree that that's different, correct?
yes,
You've had some experience with a system that allows you due process rights, correct?
yes,
You certainly, I imagine, even though you're here in Orange and you're in custody, you still appreciate the value of that due process system, right?
Your Honor, it's outside the scope of
Ah.
my questioning.
I think it's irrelevant. I agree, sustain.
Your perspective at the time was based upon limited knowledge, correct?
correct.
You're not here to tell anybody that they should adopt your perspective on that limited knowledge.
Your
right?
Honor, objection.
Sustain.
You don't know who was responsible. Agreed?
No,
You agreed?
agreed.
That's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a lunch break here. We'll start back up about 1:15. Please don't talk about the case, and we'll go from there. See you after lunch.
So if I can throw them any relief, I would like to do so.
Yes, we don't, I've not subpoenaed him, and no objection to him being released from court subpoena. We do not intend to call him.
Okay, so Mr. Peng, you're released from your subpoena, which means they can take you back to Minnesota at this point in time. You want to take them now, or do you want to wait? Yeah. Okay, all right, so why don't you go ahead and take it.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Can you please state and spell your last name for the record
Weckler, Weckler,
and your first name?
Todd,
Where do you live?
in Door County.
Do you know a lady by the name of Virginia Cryle?
Yes,
Do you know a man by the name of Com Ratanasak?
yes.
How do you know Mr. Ratanasak?
I met him through Virginia because she was seeing him.
Because she was seeing him?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, supposedly they were together going out
It was a
when he was
lady.
around. But I said, supposedly they were together when he was around.
Okay, in a sort of boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
Yeah, boyfriend, girlfriend. Yeah.
Okay, you seem a little confused. Was it a confusing relationship?
What's that?
Was it a confusing relationship from your perspective?
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, according to Vinny, 1 minute they were on, 1 minute they were off. So it was like, I never knew.
Okay, when you say Vinny,
Virginia.
okay, is Vinny her nickname?
Yeah, that's her. That's what everybody calls her, is Vinny.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever see them together when they were on again?
Yeah, I've seen him a couple times.
How would you describe, if you can, how he would treat her?
Well, I don't know. Guess he treated her good when I could, around people and stuff. That's usually when I seen him.
Did you know Ms. Cryle to provide Mr. Ratanasak any money?
She said that she'd give him the money, yes.
Are you aware if Ms. Cryle provided Mr. Ratanasak any motor vehicles, any cars?
Yeah, she gave him a couple cars.
Do you remember one of them in particular, maybe around 2021?
I don't understand.
Sure. Did you know Mr. Ratanasak to drive a Mercedes-Benz at one point?
Yes, he had her car, her Mercedes.
It was her Mercedes?
Yes.
Was that a dark colored Mercedes?
Yeah, it was a brown.
Mr. Wecker, I'd like to direct you specifically to the morning or after, the whole day of July 23rd, 2021. Were you at Vinnie's that day?
Yes,
Did you see Mr. Ratanasak that day?
yes.
Was he alone or was he with someone?
There was another gentleman, but I don't know who he was or anything. He was back in the shadows.
You don't, I want to make sure I understood you. You don't know that person at all.
No,
You didn't get a good look at him.
no.
And I believe I heard you say back in the shadows.
Yeah,
And let me just make sure of something. Where did Ms. Cryle live at this time?
she lived in Oklahoma. On,
Algoma's fine. Where in the state is Algoma?
Oklahoma's in Kewaunee County.
In Kewaunee County?
Yeah,
And that's on the eastern side of the state?
northeast, yeah, kind of on the peninsula.
Okay. Okay, so this other person you said kind of in the shadows,
Yeah,
you have no idea that person's name.
no,
You don't know him from Adam.
no.
When you were there that day, were you given some bags of stuff from anyone?
Later on that night, I was not that day.
Okay, tell me about,
Virginia gave me the couple bags of clothes. She said take them because at that point they were supposedly broke up, and she wanted to get rid of all of his stuff.
she gave you some bags.
Yes,
Did you look through them at that time?
not till I got home.
You took the bags, you took them home?
Yes, because I was going to burn them for her, which I did numerous times.
You did or did not?
I did numerous times for her when she had old clothes and stuff. I'd take them home because I live in the country, so I can burn there.
Okay, you can burn there. Do you have a burn barrel?
Yes,
Those bags of stuff, did you end up burning those bags of things?
not everything, no.
What did you do with everything?
Well, when I got home, I went to pull it out of my car and a box of bullets fell out of the bag. So I went through the bags and I found some bullets and gun stuff that I put in the bag. And I found a couple of cell phones. And the cell phones I took down to Walmart and they had a machine there, so I cashed them in, take a few bucks. And then the rest of the stuff I just put in the bag and put in my room until I was gonna talk to Vinny about it later, but I never got a chance to.
Okay, some stuff ended up in your room.
Yeah.
Some stuff ended up in the burn barrel.
Yep,
And then how many? I think you said a couple of cell phones?
yeah, 2 cell phones.
2 cell phones? Took them to a Walmart?
Yeah,
Can you tell us which Walmart?
one in Sturgeon Bay. There's only one in Sturgeon Bay.
And the one in Sturgeon Bay? Great. Cashed them in, made some money?
Yeah,
How much?
$12.
Did you later on end up speaking to police about what you've just been telling us about?
Yes.
When you spoke with police, do you remember the name of the officer?
No, I couldn't tell you who they were. There was a couple of different ones that talked to me.
Yep. After speaking with the police, did you provide them with the bags of stuff that you told us about?
Yes, I gave them the cell phones, of course, they already had. But I gave them the gun stuff and the bags of clothes that were left, and they took what was in the burning barrel, they took out also.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have nothing further. Oh, actually, yes, I do. Sorry, that's my bad. Mr. Wecker, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
About 4 times, yes.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Russ?
Correctly. You said, I realized you said about 4 times. Is that an approximation or do you know for sure?
No, I don't know. For sure, it's approximation.
I want to ask you some questions about just the world that you live in, okay? You spoke with the police the end of July in 2021, right? About this case and about everything that was around the end of July of 2021.
Yeah, we've been around there.
Would it surprise you that there's a recording of that entire conversation?
No,
You're familiar enough with the criminal justice system to understand that the police oftentimes record everything that they're doing nowadays, right?
well, that's what I was told.
Yep. Okay. And when you met with the police on that day, your contact was extended, right? You met with them for a couple of hours, correct?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say, I'm trying to summarize here, that your level of comfort in telling them truthful things expanded as you went further into the meeting with them, correct? To begin with, you were rather reluctant to talk to them, correct?
well, at first I didn't understand them.
And in the beginning, you may have even said some things that were untrue, correct?
No,
You didn't lie to the police in the beginning?
not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, all right. You didn't volunteer ever all the bits of information, though. Would you agree with that?
Well, I
about the
didn't,
phones, about the bags, about the bullets, about the gun stuff. You didn't tell them that right away, right?
well, no, because I didn't understand them right away.
So they were asking you some questions and you were saying, I don't know what you're talking about, or I don't know anything, correct?
Too much, because I didn't understand it.
And your statement is not that you were lying when you said that, it's just that you literally didn't know what they were talking about.
Correct.
Okay. When you were there speaking with the police, they told you about why they were there, right? Investigating what they said was a triple homicide, correct?
Yes,
And they said that a couple of times to you, that we're here for something different than what we normally talk to you about. Fair to say?
okay, yeah,
One of those police officers is somebody that you were familiar with, correct?
yes,
One of those police officers knew some of your history and some of your involvement in things that overlap with law enforcement's jobs, correct?
yeah,
And he, in particular, was trying to make a point to you, essentially like, Todd, we're not here about the same stuff that we normally are. We're here about something much, much, much different, correct?
yeah,
And he was constantly telling you that, correct?
yeah,
And what you said, I appreciated your brutal honesty with him. What you said to him was, yeah, I hear you, but I gotta think of myself, right? Did you say something along those lines?
I honestly cannot remember.
Okay. Would it surprise you if you said something to the police in that context when they were asking you all kinds of questions that you were telling them, I'm thinking about myself, that's what I'm worried about?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course I'm gonna be worried about myself.
Of course, right? And so, in fact, what you told them was, I'm willing to cooperate any way I can, but I still gotta think of my life, correct?
I honestly don't remember if I said that or not.
Can you put yourself back into that time 3 years ago when the police were there talking to you? Can we get back to that space for a second? You were worried?
Oh, I was probably worried, yeah, about myself.
Absolutely, right? And as you said, you had to look out for you, number one, correct?
I don't remember saying that, no.
I didn't say you did say that, but just in general, your mindset was, I still gotta think of my life. You had to think of yourself, correct?
No, yeah, I imagine that's what my mind would have been telling me.
That was priority number one for you, correct?
Right,
And for you, in 2021, that was the world that you lived in, where you were always looking out for yourself first, right?
no, not really.
The police asked you to see your phone, is that right?
Yeah, they still got it.
Yep. And you were, for lack of a better term, extremely reluctant to give them your phone, correct?
Oh, yeah, because they put two other ones on my already, never gave them back, so now they got three of them.
And one of the reasons you told them about your reluctance to give them your phone was you were worried that there might be evidence of lots of other criminal activities that would come up on your phone, correct?
No, not really, no.
Well, that's not what you told the police. You told the police you were worried about other stuff, right?
If I did it, I honestly could not tell you.
Okay. And one of the police officers said, look, Todd, we know everything that you're doing, everything that's on the phone. We're not interested in all of that stuff, essentially, correct?
Yeah,
They basically said, we just want to know anything about the triple homicide that might be on your phone, correct? Right?
yeah,
And then they listed, and I won't get into the details, then they listed all the other things that they knew about you that may be criminal activity that they said, we're going to ignore that.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Relevance. I'll strike the question.
Goes to,
Okay, you've generally said that you can, if you can answer that question, move on then.
you're allowed to answer the question, sir.
okay, what was the question?
Sure. When you expressed to the police some concerns about giving them the phone, one of the officers told you, hey, we know about all your other criminal activity, and they listed some things to you and said, we're not gonna use your phone to get you in trouble for all this other criminal activity that we're aware of that you were doing.
That's what they said, yeah.
Okay, all right. And so, and then in that sense, you then essentially consented to them having your phone, correct?
Well, I didn't have much choice, yeah.
But it wasn't until you knew that you had protected yourself before you agreed to cooperate in that manner, right?
No, it was because I didn't want to give them my phone, period.
And
No matter what.
And part of what, and again, in fairness to you, a lot of you were saying in there is essentially, I make my living by getting phone calls to drive my cab and to do other odd jobs for people. Is that right?
Yeah, I do. I own a cab business and that's what my phones are for. I lost a lot of business because they keep taking the phones.
And you told that to the police, right?
Yes.
You told that to the police because you're like, look, I got $10 in my pocket. That's just my life. I don't have any money. I'm living day by day, money to money, essentially, right?
Pretty much, yeah. That's, yeah.
And so I know you said that, and I'm not trying to discredit that, but you also said these things about your concern about protecting yourself from losing your freedom, from being in trouble. You had both of those.
I
things.
probably did. I honestly don't know. I
You had
don't.
both of those things going on, right? Yes?
What's that?
You had both of those things going on in your head at the time. I need my phone to make a living because things are tight right now, and I don't want to give them my phone because I don't want to be in trouble because I got to be out here to make a living. All of that was going on in your head.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. 90403 cumulative.
My last question, I was just trying to summarize when he asked me to.
Your summaries tend to be repetitive, but go ahead.
I appreciate that. I'll do better, Judge.
Okay.
Hopefully you understand it, so I don't have to ask it again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, a lot of things are going through my mind, yeah.
Okay, all right. You were asked I want to ask you about Cam Ratnasak, okay? You knew him through Vinny, right?
Yes.
The only time that you saw Cam was when he was at Vinny's house, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Or when he was with Vinny in some other context.
Yeah.
You didn't go and hang out with Cam on your own.
no,
You just saw him and your contacts with him were limited to essentially his contacts at Vinny's house and his interactions with her, correct?
yes.
And so, and you saw him more than once, right?
Well, yeah,
Saw him a lot, correct?
I've seen him quite a few times, yeah.
Fair to say you kind of got to know the guy from your interactions with him there at the house, correct?
He really didn't really get to know him because he never really talked to us that much.
And on direct, the state asked you, how would he treat Vinny? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And your answer to them was, you said, good, but you kind of shrugged. Is that right?
Well, yeah, I mean, as far as I know, he treated her good, but I mean,
When you talked to the police and the police asked you questions about that, you gave them a different answer. Is that right?
well, they asked me, yeah, I told them what Vinny was telling me how he treated her.
And what you said to them, and I'm quoting you in your words, right? He's a fucking piece of shit. Those are the words that you used to describe him, right?
Yeah,
You didn't use the words good, did you?
no,
And the reason you said that is based upon your knowledge of what you knew of him in your interactions and around Vinny, correct? That's how you came to the opinion that he was a fucking piece of shit, is based upon how you saw him around the house interacting with Virginia Creel.
well, mainly, what I seen of him and just things that she tells me about him.
Okay. And one of the things that you told the police was that Virginia Creel, when you watched her around him, she was afraid, correct?
Yeah,
She was afraid of him, correct?
yeah, she seemed to be afraid of him at times.
And from what you saw, it may be that Cam Ratnasak used that fear to get things from Virginia Creel, right? He got her car, right?
Well, I don't know how he got that stuff. I mean, I can't say if it was fear or what it was.
But one of the things you
But
know
love on her part for all I know.
that is a complex emotion, sometimes involved with fear, right?
Okay, I guess so.
But you know that she seemed to be afraid of the man, correct?
Yes.
And despite her fear, she gave him money, correct?
Oh, yeah, she gave him money.
And she gave him items that he could use, like a car, correct?
Yeah.
And then he dropped a bunch of stuff off at her house, correct?
Well, evidently that's how I got there, yeah.
And you took that bag of stuff to your house, correct?
Yes.
And you learned that that bag of stuff was Cam's stuff, correct?
What?
Was Cam Ratnasak's stuff, agreed?
Well, yeah, it was supposed to be stuff that he left behind.
Yeah, it was his stuff, agreed?
Yeah.
And that stuff of Cam's that Vinny told you to get rid of for her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend Cam, was bullets, correct?
Yeah,
A holster,
yeah,
a magazine for a gun, correct? As well as some clothes, correct?
Yep.
That's what you were given that was Cam's.
and that and the phones.
That's all.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dunn. I'll call your next witness.
Thank you. At this time, the state calls Special Agent Jay Yurgis. Come this way and stand before the court.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
J, initial K, Yurgis, Yerges.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a special agent with the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation,
How long have you been doing that job?
since 2011.
And what do you do as a DCI special agent?
I'm assigned to the major crimes section, where I'm a specialist in death investigation, complex death investigations, unresolved homicides, long-term missing person cases, and law enforcement-related critical incidents.
What office do you work out of, or what region do you work in?
I'm assigned to the northeast region of the state, one of 5 offices located in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Does that region cover Kewaunee and Door County and the surrounding area?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Before you joined DCI, were you in law enforcement before that?
Since 1992, I began my career then, and I've been assigned as a police officer, a chief of police, a deputy sheriff, a detective sergeant, and then my current role.
Thank you. In late July of 2021, did you become involved in an investigation involving a triple homicide out of La Crosse?
Yes, I did.
In what capacity?
I was contacted by the then case agent, Joseph Welch, of my agency.
He had notified me on a Monday morning, July 26th, that there had been a triple homicide over the weekend. Special Agent Welsh informed me that our agency had been tracking a cellular telephone and that its location resolved to Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, in Door County. And he was requesting my assistance with attempting to locate and or potentially seize that cellular telephone. And I began assisting with the investigation in that capacity.
Was that phone seized?
Yes, eventually it was.
Okay. Along with any other phones?
Eventually, yes. Another second cellular telephone had been seized from a Walmart in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin.
Okay. Now, as part of your assistance in this La Crosse County triple homicide, did you end up going and speaking with a lady by the name of Virginia Cryle?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn that that was a Cam Britannicak's girlfriend of sorts?
Yes, she was a significant other of Mr. Britannicak's.
Okay. And without talking about what she said to you, did you end up speaking with her about whether Mr. Britannisak and another person had stopped by her house?
Yes, on that Monday evening, I made contact with her at her residence.
Okay. And during the time that you made contact with her, did you end up taking her phone?
Eventually, yes, I did.
Did she allow you to do that, or did you have to use a search warrant to do so?
Initially, she gave me consent, and then I came back days later and was assisted by a digital evidence specialist with our agency. And we obtained a digital copy of the cellular telephone, and then I eventually obtained that mirrored image of the cellular telephone in my, I secured that information or that data.
Okay.
And then later turned it over.
Thank you. Did Ms. Cryle also provide you consent to search her house?
Yes, a couple different times.
Okay. Did that include searching her garage?
Yes, on that first Monday evening, I searched the garage because I was alerted to the area in which an automobile had been parked inside the garage.
Okay. And can you tell me, was there anything of interest to you that you located during that search of Ms. Cryle's garage?
Yes, I searched the garbage receptacle can and then a recycling receptacle can. And inside the garbage can, there was a plastic bag. I believe it was a Quick Trip plastic bag. It had some refuse inside of it. And as I eventually peered inside that bag, I observed receipts that seemed to be of interest to me.
Why were those receipts of interest to you?
One was a Family Dollar receipt. There were two Quick Trip receipts, and then there was a card.com receipt. They were from the greater La Crosse area. So that was the primary thing that garnered my attention. And then the card.com receipt had a name on it, and I had been advised of that name preceding my response to Algoma, and that name was on one of those receipts.
That name was on a piece of paper?
Yes.
What was that name?
Nya Thao.
Okay. As part of your work assisting with this case, did you also have the opportunity to meet with a gentleman by the name of Todd Weckler?
Yes, I did.
And while speaking with him, did he eventually indicate to you that he had some bags of stuff that might be of interest to you?
Eventually he did, yes.
It took a little time.
Yes, it did.
Did you get those bags of stuff from him?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
So after I interviewed him a couple days later, he consensually accompanied myself and another Door County Sheriff's Office official. We gave him a courtesy ride back to his residence from the Door County Sheriff's Office, and he voluntarily and consensually escorted us to his property. He directed us first to a burn barrel that was on his property, and inside the burn barrel there was a whole bunch of clothing articles, and then he directed us to the interior area of his trailer residence, where we followed him to what he referred to his gun room or a makeshift office area. And then he directed us to some articles that he had placed inside a bag that he claimed were from those original bags. And he self-surrendered those items to myself, and I retained them as evidence.
You retained them as evidence and then did what with them?
I kept them in my control and custody, and made arrangements to turn them over to investigators associated with the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office, who is the lead agency in the multi-homicide investigation.
Thank you. Special Agent Jurgis, I'm handing you a stack of photographs that have been previously marked as exhibits 72 through 85. I ask you flip through those, please. And after you've done so, I'm going to ask you if you recognize what's shown in those photos.
I recall them.
What are those photos of?
These are assorted photos of the cellular telephones and the articles that were inside the small bag that Mr. Weckler had retained in his gunroom or office area.
Does that also contain photographs of items taken from Virginia Kryle's residence, specifically the garage?
Yeah, the last ones are the images of the Quick Trip receipts and the Nya Thao receipt or letter, for lack of better terms.
I'd move exhibit 72 through 85
Do you receive?
and request permission to publish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead and start with 72, please. We look behind you, sir, or there's also this up here, whatever's easier for you. Okay, so we've got 72. Special Agent Yurgis, what's this?
That would be what was referred to me by Mr. Weckler as the dark colored Samsung cellular telephone. That was one of the two phones that he traded in at the Walmart for money.
Okay, and let's advance to 73, please.
That's the backside of the same cellular telephone, I believe.
Same phone.
Correct.
Okay, and 74.
It is what appears to be a brand new hip holster for a firearm, still attached to the original cardboard backing.
Thank you. And 75. What's this?
That's a shoulder harness holster and magazine pouch for a firearm and 2 firearm magazines.
Thank you. Exhibit 76, please.
It's a black fanny pack.
Thank you. And exhibit 77.
It's a black firearm magazine with, in this image, 1 bullet that's protruding out the top.
Are you aware or unaware if there are more bullets in that magazine?
There were additional bullets in that magazine, as I documented on.
Okay. Exhibit 78, please. What's this?
That's a carton of American Eagle 30 caliber ammunition, federal brand.
Exhibit 79.
That's the backside of that same box of cartridges or bullets,
How do you know that's 40 caliber?
because I looked at it.
Okay.
I observed it.
Thank you.
I confirmed it.
And exhibit 80, please.
That's a box of firearm cartridges, RPT brand, 40 caliber bullets or cartridges.
Thank you. And exhibit 81.
That's the tray from inside the cardboard box portion of the ammunition, the RPT ammunition. There were 6 bullets inside of that one.
Okay. And exhibit 82.
That's one of the 2 Quick Trip receipts.
Thank you. And let's go to exhibit 83.
That's the other Quick Trip receipt, the second of 2.
Actually, let's flip back to 82 for a moment, if we could. Okay. Now, if you need to look at the photograph right in front of you, what I want to ask you is this.
Photograph or the depiction?
It may be easier for you to use the photograph in front of you that looks like a piece of paper versus the screen,
Sure.
because I'm going to ask you if you can read to us the address for this Quick Trip.
Sure. Just want to make sure it's the same. So yeah, you want the address? I'm sorry.
Yes, if you could look at the top of the receipt in dark bold, it says Quick Trip, and then an address below that. Could you please read that to us?
I believe it's 4828 Mormon, is it Cooley Road, La Crosse, Wisconsin, 54601 with a telephone number below it.
Okay, thank you. Is there a date on this receipt?
It is, it's 7/20/2021, so July 20th, 2021.
Okay, and now exhibit 83. Oh, you know what? On exhibit 82, what's the time on that receipt?
On exhibit 82, it is 11:57:34 p.m.
Okay, now we can go to 83.
Okay. I have that in front of me.
Same address?
Yes, same address, different, same date, different time.
That's what I was going to say. So July 20th, 2021?
Correct.
And then what's the time?
11:49:36 PM.
Okay, so they are two separate receipts.
Correct. This one precedes Exhibit 82
Okay,
for date and time.
thank you. And now Exhibit 84. What's this?
It's the card.com cardholder services receipt or letter to Nya Thao dated June 30th, 2021.
And you said to Nya Thao, that's in the top left quarter of the piece of paper?
Yes, that's who this is addressed to.
And does it have an address on it?
Yes, it does.
What's that address?
537 Flint Street, Onalaska, Wisconsin, 54650.
Thank you. And then Exhibit 85, please. What's this?
This is a picture of the other cellular telephone, which is the track phone.
The other cell phone. What do you mean by other?
Yeah, one was I believe it was a Samsung, and then one was a track phone.
From the Sturgeon Bay Walmart?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Russ?
You doing?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad. Want to ask you some questions about the stuff that you found, okay?
Sure.
It sounds like there's essentially, what I'm calling through those pictures is maybe 3 different categories of things, right? There's these 3 pieces of paper that you found in a bag in the garbage can at Virginia Creels, right?
4.
4, okay.
I found 4.
That's fine. I'll get to that. Some paper that you found in a bag in a trash can at a Virginia Creels, right?
Yes.
Then you found a bunch of what I'll call gun stuff at Todd Reckler's residence, right?
Yes.
And then
Accessories.
sure. And then we've got the 2 phones, correct?
Yes.
All right. So the 2 phones are recovered from the Walmart in Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, correct?
Yes.
The gun accessories, right? The holster, the bullets, the magazine, the second holster, for lack of a better term, those are all recovered from Todd Reckler's residence, correct?
Yes. Inside. Yes.
Inside. And you spoke with Mr. Reckler, correct?
At length.
It took a while maybe just in summary, it took a while for him to be truthful with you. Fair to say?
Fair.
But eventually you got there.
Yes.
And along the lines, you learned that he had some stuff that Cam Ratnasak had left at Virginia Creels, correct?
Yes.
And that's essentially the gun stuff that you found, correct?
I don't know exactly who left it at Ms. Creel's residence.
Sure, you weren't there, correct?
Correct.
Some other people were there, correct?
Yes.
You spoke with those people, correct?
I spoke with Ms. Creel and then eventually Mr. Reckler.
And Mr. Reckler told you that's Cam stuff.
I don't believe Mr. Creel or Mr. Reckler told me that it was Cam's stuff.
On the recording, what about the 55-minute, you spoke with him?
Yes, I did.
It was recorded?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to know that at about the 55-minute mark of that recording, Mr. Reckler said, well, I'm sure they're from Cam. I mean, they were in the bag of stuff that was evidently Cam stuff.
He was speculating, but
Those are the words that he said.
I don't know if
Does it
if
sound
that's what
accurate?
you're reading. Yeah.
Does it sound accurate, correct?
It sounds accurate to what he said, yes.
And what you're saying is you don't know how he gained that knowledge to say that it's Cam stuff. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't, it seemed like he was drawing a conclusion. I don't know how he knew that for certain if he did.
What you know is he said it's Cam stuff. You just don't know why he said that.
Correct.
And then the 4 pieces of paper were in a little plastic bag that you normally get from a Quick Trip or a grocery store to put your stuff in.
Yes.
And those 4 pieces of paper were the 2 receipts, the letter to Nya Thao about his cards were 3 of them, correct? You said there was 4 pieces of paper.
Yes.
And I just listed 3 of those 4, correct?
Yes.
Those are the 3 that are in the photos, correct?
Yes.
The 4th piece of paper isn't in those photos, correct?
It is partially in the photo.
Fair to say, whatever it is, it wasn't worthy of us talking about or showing it to the jury. Fair to say? For whatever reason?
Fair.
You, in speaking to Mr. Weckler, I want to ask you about your interview with him in particular, because he just testified and said some things, and I want to follow up with you, okay?
Yeah.
To just be blunt, he lied to you, right?
He misled me for sure, by omission.
Okay, all right. He repeatedly told you that while he wanted to cooperate, his main objective, my word, probably not his, main goal, main priority was to protect himself. That's clearly the message he gave you guys, right?
He didn't tell me that.
Well, he said, I got to think of myself. He said that, right?
I don't recall that.
I showed you a transcript that I prepared of that, would that maybe refresh your memory?
Sure.
Can I approach Judge? Go ahead. Want to make sure I have the.
That's okay. That's great. Thank you.
Put it in here, this space here. Just read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. Does that refresh your memory at all?
Yes.
Did you now remember him saying? I'll cooperate in any way I can, but I still got to think of my life, correct?
Correct.
I think there's another time in there where he said, I'm willing to cooperate any way I can, but well, that was the quote right there. I apologize. I still got to think of my life. Yes?
Yes.
All right. In your experience, you've been an agent, a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You spoke with many people about their involvement as witnesses, victims, or perhaps even actors in criminal activity, correct?
Yes.
And certainly it wouldn't surprise you that people being accused of, or perhaps actors in criminal activity, say things like, I got to protect myself, right?
Absolutely.
That's something you routinely hear, correct?
Sure.
And I would imagine that's part of your training is you want to make that other person feel comfortable, right? You want to make them feel safe in some way, to some context, so they might be able to speak with you and not feel as if what they're saying hurts themselves, correct? In general.
In general, sure.
Right. And again, the reason is because people in those situations, you've learned rule number one, they want to protect themselves, right?
Sure.
You spoke with Mr. Weckler, and he said some things about Cam Ratnasak, correct?
He said many things, yes.
Fair to say when he was speaking about Cam Ratnasak, he didn't use the word good, correct?
Never.
He essentially said he was unpredictable, right?
Yes.
He said he was violent.
Objection, hearsay.
Goes to impeach what they offered as.
No, I'm sorry, overruled. I meant to say overruled. He goes to impeachment. Go ahead.
You can answer that question. We had, I think unpredictable, you said yes. Next question was violent.
Yes.
And then he used the term fucking piece of shit, right?
Yes.
Those would be an accurate summary of the three things that he said about Cam Ratnasak, right?
That's what he said, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Read, Ray?
Special Agent Jurgis, the mystery fourth piece of paper. Do you remember it?
I do. It was a Family Dollar receipt.
I didn't show it to you. You remember it being a Family Dollar receipt
Correct.
from the La Crosse area or somewhere else?
Muscadet.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
All done.
All right, let me step down. Thank you. You want to hand me
The exhibit, sure. Am I released?
He's released? Any objections?
Yes, he's released from the state subpoena. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break here, just probably be at least about 20 minutes, at least 20 minutes. So I'd say we'll be hopefully 2:30, might